Hello, hello, people of the interwebs. Oh, whoa, what am I? Oh, I'm up against a brick. I can't. I'm trying to hooch my chair forward, and there's a literal brick in the way. So let's see if we can't move you closer to me. Hello, hello. Somewhere around there, maybe. I just got one can I'm just finishing off. Okay, folks. I do not have a bin at the moment, so that goes on the floor over there. Mr. Ash and UML. Did you hear about Charlie Kirk? I did indeed, sir. I did indeed. And the fact that they caught his killer. Handed in by his, or encouraged to hand himself in, I guess, by his father. Was the last I heard. Yeah, I heard indeed. I'll be honest. I was aware of Charlie Kirk. I'd seen a couple of videos. Those where you put a table down and I believe this, come and change my mind at universities. I wasn't a big fan. I'm not, despite appearances and accusations, I'm not right wing myself. Although I get called it a lot. I was aware of him. I wasn't a big fan or a supporter or anything, but for anyone to lose their life is to lose your life in such a manner and in front of your family, that's not good. So yeah, what have we got here? Okay, there's Roger, DJ Son, Mr. S and YML or UML. I'm not sure quite how to pronounce your name still, mate. You never did give me a pronunciation guide. Oh, he bled like a... That's not so gruesome. I want to check in what my country's people think about the situation. Most of them commented, "Praise God, I'm so happy, such a great scenario." Yeah, that's not a sentiment that I would. That's not a sentiment I would back. The loss of any life, I think, is a tragedy. I don't believe he was extreme right. He expressed a few opinions that were out there a little bit, that were a bit further right than I would. Tina, what are we doing? Oh, you've turned your bowl upside down. Was it empty or has it still got food in? Dog, give me a moment, folks. I've also got noise in the background. It sounds like it's like a loudspeaker, but it's possible just somebody shouting really loud. Here we go. My lamp is teetering on a... I think there's a person shouting in the distance. I don't think it is a loudspeaker, just a loud idiot. Any moment now I might shout back. Because that's the kind of guy I am. I intervene. Intercede. Interject. Lots of interwords. I don't know. I gotta check. Here we go, folks. In case you can see, or maybe you can't. Here's, no, not lighting. The actual light. Oh, no. Okay, let me do this again. We can't hear anything. Yeah, I thought I'd caught, and when I was trying to do the when I was trying to turn the flash on before, I thought I might have caught one of the other icons. I'd caught the mute microphone button. I think I'm back now. I hope. I was reading UML's comment. Do you have any plans for the future? I mean, you can't live like this forever. This is true, but as I've said all along, this is very much a holding pattern. Just keep surviving. I don't want to live like this at all, but all I can do is make sure I'm still alive this time next week, this time next month. Just keep plodding on. Tina. It is very much a holding pattern. It is just survival, which I've said all along. When the police come and everything, when they accuse me of camping, and I said, no, not camping. Camping is a hobby. Camping is something people do for 2 days, 5 days, 7 days, maybe 2 weeks. That's camping. This is not camping. This is survival. This is a man against the elements living in a field. It's not camping. That's not what camping is. You look at any definition of camping and it's a leisure activity. It's not this. It's about the survival. It's about making sure that this time next week and this time next month I'm still here, still alive, not dead. Whether killed by elements, killed by police, killed by throwing myself off a cliff top. I got to avoid those things. You're not allowed to talk about these things on YouTube, folks. This is survival. This is hanging on by your fingertips, because the alternative is not acceptable. So there's no real plan for a way forward. No, that's at the moment that's very, very unlikely. Now maybe at some point in the next year that will change. There are moves afoot. There are things that might happen. There are things I can't talk about. Nothing firm. There are ideas, there are maneuvers, there are possibilities maybe. That's all I can say. Sound is back, said Mr. S. I'm glad about that. Let me turn the brightness up here so that I can read your comments a little bit clearer. Let's see. Sound is back. Okay, we can hear it now. Yeah. Oh, Karen's in the house. Hello, Karen. How's your bite? Multiple bites. My bites are... they're not great. So for anyone who didn't see the video, folks, I've got approximately 10 infected wounds in, on and around my shins, below the knees mainly. I've got one that isn't below the knee. Now all of my blisters, if you remember 2 weeks ago, I went to Tweety's, the fish and chip shop in Torrevieja, and the kilometre and a half walk each way in new shoes that were a size too small, maybe, didn't do my feet any good, and invited a bunch of flies and things to suck upon the open wounds. Those are pretty much okay. They're still not fully healed, but they're dried out, they're not weeping, they're not pus-filled pustules of whatever. But my feet had picked up, living in a field, lots of cuts and scraps and scrapes, grazes and scratches, and because the flies were coming in, I think for the blisters initially, but they settled on everything else. I got a whole bunch of infected cuts and scrapes and scratches. Most of them now, at the minute, my friend Karen brought me some antiseptic or antibiotic powder before she left the country, and I've applied that a few times on the ones that are worst. And if I was to grade the pain from them now from like 1 to 10, where 10 would be like excruciating, most of them are now down to being 2s or 3s, or below. Some of them just aren't a thing anymore. Some of them are 2s and 3s. I got the odd one that's still like a 5. If I lift my foot, if I bend my foot upwards, my ankle and shin, the skin pulls on it, pushes on it, does whatever it does. That one hurts still. I got one on each leg like that, and in a similar kind of position. So I was trusting in the human body to take care of itself. But this year we've had a particularly, ferocious isn't the right word. We've had a lot of flies, and with Joby moving back into the field, I've sat out here in a cloud of flies. Is it still red and swollen? 1 or 2 of them are, yeah. And with quite a divot, quite a bite's not the right word, but where I've pulled the scab off and squozed them or squeezed them, whichever word you prefer, there's quite a, I guess you might call it ulceration. I'm not sure. It doesn't smell bad, so it's not an actual ulcer, I don't think. Not yet. It's just not great. And it's both legs, like I said. And it's in similar positions just above the ankle. Those are the worst ones. All the other ones on the foots and the foots? That's not even a fucking word. The plural of foot is not foots. Despite Americans' best attempts to regularize our irregular nouns and verbs and adjectives and all the other stuff that they try and regularize and simplify, foots is not one of them. My feet, both of my feet, just above, on the ankles, just above my feet. The ones on my feet those are 1s and 2s in terms of tenderness or pain. The ones just above the ankle on both feet I think those are the most, painful's not the word. Let's not over fucking state things. They're a little bit tender, they're a little bit tender to the touch. Probably 4s or 5s. I got one on my thigh that has dried up, but it's still noticeable, but it's not. That's maybe a 2 or a 3 in terms of pain. It's not even really the right word. Anyway, you know what I mean. Karen was asking, yeah, is it still... Do you have a medical? No, I don't have any kind of paperwork to be over here, mate. No. No, I have to try and just get by. I don't want to put upon the Spanish system because I know that I'm illegal, so I don't want to put upon them. Keep applying the powder. We don't need you in a wheelchair. Yeah, if I need to ask the dog pound to send around a second doggy wheelchair, but this time for me. Then I get a whip and I get Tina up front. Yeah! And get her to pull me along. Her in a doggy wheelchair and me sat in like a pony and trap kind of setup. That's what I'm imagining. Folks, hit the thumbs up if you would. Give a poor tramp a chance at least, eh? Maybe signal to YouTube that that we're here at least, and that we're watching, and you know, I don't know that entertained is quite the word. Steptoe and Son, yeah, they had the host, didn't they? I actually just started watching a program, not a program, a YouTube video from a guy, JJLA is the name of the channel. He does reaction channels. He's currently reacting to a US TV series that they forgot were based on British series. So Steptoe and Son became, it was still something and Son. Wasn't Milford and Son? I was just on George and Mildred, which was, well, no, not George and Mildred, but the Man About the House was a British series, wasn't it? George and Mildred was a spin-off. But they had Three's Company. And a lot of Americans don't even realise that series, which was really popular over there, they don't even realise that was based on a UK programme. Like a lot don't know that The Office was originally British. It's weird. But I just started watching that just before this. But then Tina went and stood on my foot and caused me quite considerable pain with a claw digging right into an open wound or two. A claw or two digging into an open wound or two. I did shout a little bit at her. Hey babe, Daddy shouted at his girl. You know I love you. You just need to be a little bit careful when Daddy's injured. That's my girl. Okay folks, nobody extra hit the like button when I ask. That's sod you. I was going to say cheers to those that hit the like. Well, I will. To those that already have hit the like, thank you very much, and cheers. To those of you that haven't, sod you. Maybe catch you in a minute after you've done it. Cheers, Mr. Sharafja. Censored again? Oscar, what's going on? What do you mean, censored again? Why? What? Who? How? You're definitely not been censored by me or any of my team. If you've been censored at all, it is just by YouTube. It's not us. Stick with us, mate. Stick with us. I don't even see anything. If you'd been censored by us, there'd be a note to say that you'd been censored. Try again, mate. Reword. I'm going to assume that you're going with something Charlie Kirk related if it was censored at the minute. Hey, babe. What's going on? Let me check where am I. Whoa. Okay, that is the brightest the light will go. Maybe I'll bring it a little bit nearer. That's everything on this table is wobbling, and I've got no. What do you see? Oh, there's a spoon or a knife or something under them. They're all sitting on the same. There we go. That's closer and stable. Best I can do. Okay, folks. Talk to me. What kind of week have we had? Mr. S, how's the Netherlands been this week? Oscar, if you did stay, how are you doing, mate? Yeah, I know they'll treat me in an emergency, but not normal stuff. Yeah, I'm aware. It's like the UK NHS. They'll treat anybody who needs it. It's not that bad, guys. It's a few blisters that have or cuts or scrapes that have had some flies. I sat out here talking because Job is here. I've sat out here longer than normal the last couple of weeks since he's been back in the field. And we sit here in the morning and we have a coffee, but there'll be a cloud of flies around the bottom half of our legs. Now, he hasn't got any cuts and scrapes and scratches. He's not. The big thing, I'm carrying Tina in and out of the field. when we go for a walk, she's on my right-hand side, and we need the space for me and her to be side by side, but the prickly bushes don't accommodate us. Unless I take a pair of secateurs or a saw or something to them, and then I might get in trouble with the police if I'm messing with nature. So I have to be careful about stuff like that. I pick up scratches and scrapes all the time, and it's never been a problem in the 3 years that I will have been in the field. In what's the date? That's not the date, that's just the time. 12th of September. Approximately 4 weeks. October the 10th I arrived in the field. 3 years ago on October the 10th. 3 years homeless, August the 14th. 2 years since my first live stream. That was Wednesday, yeah? Got all these anniversaries and all these dates buzzing around in my head. Karen's off, needs her sleep. Yeah, Karen's travelled in the last day or 3. Yeah, night, Karen. Or boing, as somebody once said. Zebedee, wasn't it? Time for bed. Boing. It's a little in-joke, folks. You don't need to worry about it. Where were we? In an emergency, you can go to the hospital. Yeah. Hold on. Somebody said something about 5% battery. Where'd that go? Oh, I'd say you, Mel. Probably only watch 5 more minutes until gone. Okay, mate. And that was at 45. Oh, he'll be gone already. It's on the hour, and that was a quarter of an hour ago. No, it wasn't. I'm comparing time against the count. That's not the time. That's 53. Okay, so 8 minutes ago. Sorry, I was up at 3:30. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Zebedee, Magic Round. For anyone who's not British, you have to look at Magic Roundabout. I believe they're all available on. I downloaded them not long ago. I have. Do I have them all, or do I just have the first season? Was that on the old phone? That might not even be on this phone. That might have been a different phone that I no longer have the use of because the USB port stopped working. I'm not sure, folks. I'm not sure which. That might not be this. It might not be this phone or the USB drives that I currently have available to me. We're going to talk about my electronic devices sometime soon. I've had a few major upgrades. There are some major additions, I should probably say, that I haven't talked about. Your friend and my friend Josie, that's often in the chat here, Josie from the Netherlands, a Dutch lady, appeared as if by magic on Monday morning, and delivered me some goodies. Thank you, Josie. A few stumbling blocks. Apparently, on an Android device, if you do a factory reset and change your password at the same time, it all goes bad and stalls and makes you wait for some period. Do you think Bill and Ben are gay? Flub, 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 flub. I suspect so. I suspect Bill and Ben were always gay. I mean, all that flower pot stuff. They're into weed as well, though. I think they were definitely druggies. All of that shouting weed all the time. Yeah. Shall we talk Mary Mungo and Midge next? Or the Flumps? See, anyone not from Britain's gonna be lost, but hey babe. What's the noise? What are we doing? I'm cleaning your paws. That's okay. You clean your paws. Yeah. Okay. We're going under chin again. She seems to have developed a real fetish for having under her chin stroked the last week or two. Since Joby's been back in the field. Her Uncle Joby. Hey, Uncle Joby. Yeah, you love Uncle Joby. I don't know, folks. Where am I? Where are we? Okay. Bill and Ben, Flower Pot Man. What about Andy Pandy and Louie Lou? What was wrong? What was it? Why was Andy Pandy always in his pajamas, even after he got out of bed? I had a cousin. Fuck. Yeah. I got on a bus one day in the town that I lived in, and one of my cousins was on the bus. I didn't recognise him at first. We weren't a close family, but after a while I recognised him. But he had these blue and white striped. He had Andy Pandy pants on. This was mid-80s. I would have been mid-teens, maybe 14, maybe 15 at a push. He got these blue and white stripy fucking Andy Pandy pants, and they were quite baggy. I don't know what that was about. Best kid show was Blue Peter. Oh, really? I'm gonna trump you with a Tiswas on a Saturday morning. Today is Saturday. Wear a smile. Tiswas with a phantom flan flinger. Did I pronounce that right? I think I pronounced that right. Phantom flan flinger. And Chris Tarrant, obviously. But what was the woman? Sally. I was about to say Field, but that's not right. Sally somebody or other was the I guess was the main attraction. For boys of a certain age. I'm fairly sure it was Sally somebody or other. Unless that was the girl off Magpie. Which again was another one. I think I was on at the same time as Blue Peter. You were forced to choose whether you were Blue Peter or whether you were Magpie. Sally James, it was indeed. Quite right. Thank you, Fiona. Best show, Blue Peter. I liked Blue Peter. I liked Magpie. I liked How. How. Boom, 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 boom. How. And I do the. Can you say Red Indian still? I don't think you can. So I do. Obviously, if you're not allowed to say it, I'm going to say it. How. And I'm trying to remember the name of the guy with the curly hair. It's gone. Fred Dinage was on there, wasn't he? Fred Dinage was one of the presenters of How. Fred Dinage. Again, there was a woman who I can't remember. And there's a bloke, I can picture his face now with that perm that everybody had in the... Fred Dinage. I wouldn't say Ralph, but that doesn't compute, that doesn't ring any bell. If I was close enough, I'd get it. I'd remind myself. It's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to work. But I liked How. That was a how does it work kind of, how does things happen? That was a sciencey technology kind of kids program, like a junior Tomorrow's World in a lot of ways. You see, I think Blue Peter had many competitors for the title of best kids TV program. I would, for the sheer mayhem, I would go with Tiswas though, because there was always the Tiswas versus Multicolored Swap Shop competition in, when are we? 73 to 77, anywhere in that gap, I guess. That's how for now. Hello Neil. That's how for now. Oh, whenever the holidays were on, what was that one called? Why don't you switch off the television set and go and do something less boring instead? Why don't you? I'm not going to sing it. I can't sing, that's the only reason why. But yeah, why don't you go and turn off the television set and go and do something less boring instead? The irony of a TV program telling you that TV is boring and you should turn the telly off. I liked that. And I don't think it was each episode, but each week maybe, during the summer holidays, it'd be a different bunch of kids in a different town. So you'd have some in Scotland somewhere, and some in England, and some in Wales, and it would move around a bit. Roots brought the USA to a standstill. I loved it. Kunta Kinte. Am I allowed to say that? I don't even know if you're allowed to say it. I know when they did a Next Generation, and it was LeVar Burton, wasn't it? Was the actor, the guy out of Geordie LaForge out of Star Trek Next Generation, who also did something called, was it called Rainbow Storytime, reading books to kids, which we had two programs in the UK, one called Rainbow and one called Jackanory, which probably similar. Jackanory is probably the closer of the two. Jackanory, for telling a story. It's still a phrase to this day to some of us older folks. If someone's feeding you a pack of lies, you just turn to them and go, "Oh, what a bunch of Jackanory." Yeah, okay. What else we got? Roots. I remember Roots when it was shown the first time in the UK. I'm going to go about 1980 when it was shown. Possibly 79, but in my head 80. I just started high school. I was in the first year at high school. For some reason, we had a lad at school whose name might have been something like Kent or Kenty, or maybe Kentish, but he became, because we all like to say words close to cunt, so Kunta Kinte became his nickname, and he was never happy about it. In fact, he was so not happy about it that 3 years later he punched shit out of me on the day that school finished before, was it the Christmas holidays? I think it must have been the summer holidays. He grabbed hold of me and beat the shit out of me. I got home with lumps and bumps and black eyes. I gotta say, probably fairly well deserved. I mean, apart from the fact he was 2 years older than us, but he was a friend of a friend, so I thought it was safe to call him the names, but turns out not. Hello, Ismo, my friend. Kipis. Let me say Kipis to Ismo. Ismo, Finlandia. Ismo, Kipis. I hope you've got a beer in your hand after getting home from work. Chicken George. That was one of the characters, wasn't it? Now we... Oh, God. Here's a story. First year of high school again, so the same period. We went away on a one of these week in the woods things with school, a camping and adventure, kayaking and putting up tents and starting fires and you know, the kind of thing. Like Scouts, but it wasn't Scouts, it was school. There was this guy there we all called Chicken George. Here's what we didn't know. While we're calling him this, behind his back and occasionally to his face to annoy him, XSAS. For real, XSAS. I found out it was years later, found out. But yeah. There were rumours that he was ex-army and that he was something special and what have you. But remember, 1980. Iranian embassy siege was 1980. So SAS burst onto the sea. I'm not going to say no one had ever heard of them, but very few people knew what the SAS was prior to 1980. Might even have been 79, was it? It was there or thereabouts, wasn't it? It was as Carter was handing over to Reagan. It was in that period. Maybe. But the SAS, now, my dad knew what the SAS was. Because my dad was in another regiment that provides about 50% of the people who go in the SAS. But yeah, we had this guy, this instructor on this course, this school camping expedition, basically. Man, the number of kids that couldn't do basic shit. The number of kids who couldn't swing a mallet to knock a tent peg in the ground. The number of kids that couldn't wash their knives and forks and plates after eating. We weren't required to cook. The cookery was done for us. But we had to keep our cups and knives and forks and spoons and plates clean. The number of kids, we were 11, almost 12 maybe. The number of kids who had no fucking clue how to do anything. They couldn't polish their own shoes. They couldn't hang clothes out on a fucking clothesline and use the pegs, the squeezy, you know, the spring-loaded peg things that you... All the things that my parents had made sure I could do from like the age of 6 or 7 onwards. These lads and lasses, I had no fucking idea. Tina girl, it's okay. Just someone whistling in the background. It's okay. I was astounded that other people. My name Kunta Kinte, says Tom. Okay. Staying in a hotel not far away. Okay. Barry Ace Card Sherbet, you look smart tonight. I looked a bit smarter about a week ago. It was a week ago that I had this taken down to the bone. This was all taken off. This was taken down to the bone. This was cut short. The tash was left over, and I had the haircut, which I can't even see now because I got a white bar across the top. The basically the pinned chat comment with the PayPal link is, I can't if I dismiss that, I dismiss it for everybody and that goes away. And then people give me grief because they don't know how to help me. And they start shouting and swearing. So even though I don't need help right now, they insist on having the link because thank you. To anyone that does push the button, but it's we are sitting fairly pretty at the minute, so there's no real compulsion. I put it there just to assuage the anger of vehement newcomers, I guess is the best way of putting it. Or maybe that's just a posh way of putting it, to use big words, because sometimes I can. But yeah, no, just to say, I can't see me fully because of this white bar across the top. But yeah, no, I don't look too bad at the minute. I'm fairly happy with Karen's work last weekend. Thank you, Karen. I think it was Friday. The week before was when I went to Tweeties with the assistance of with the payments from some of you guys, with the donations from some of you guys. Nice to see all is well. Yeah. Cheers, Barry. That's an interesting Barry Ace card sherbet. I wouldn't mind like a breakdown of where that comes from. That I'm sure there's a story there. I mean, sherbet could be alcohol. Barry Ace card sherbet. Alcohol if you're British. If you're American, sherbet is. Well, we also have sherbet as a fizzy sweet thing, a fizzy powder on the tongue. But Americans have sherbet as like an ice. What do you call the flaked ice? Frosted ice, flavored frosted ice. I believe is a sherbet in America. Don't know. I don't know how or why we have different things for the same word, or different words. No, the same word for different things, I guess is the only way to put that. Barry Ace card sherbet. Sherbet is sweet like me, correct. Okay, so you're going with the sherbet fountain where you bite the top off the licorice and then you suck up the sherbet through the licorice tube. Yeah. Pipe and tube. Is that mancha or manga in Spanish? Avenida de la Mancha, I think that means stain. That's a black patch. But manga, almost like the Japanese comic, the name, yeah. They use that word to mean a pipe or a sleeve or a tube in Spain, from what I understand. That's it, the sherbet with licorice we got as kids. Okay, nice. Yeah, I never had that much success with them. They always got clogged, or sometimes they just never started. They never got unclogged. So you end up just sucking the licorice and dipping it to get the dry sherbet would stick to the spittle on the bottom of the licorice, and then you could. That's a lot like how I ate my rainbow crystal. Lick your finger, put it in the rainbow crystal, pull it out, suck on that, and do that repeatedly. Did your chewing gum lose its flavour on the bedpost overnight? I was never a chewing gum kind of guy. I did bubble gum for a little while. Bubble gum, only because it came in those Bay City roller cards. And for some reason, without really knowing anything about the Bay City rollers, I got caught up in that craze on the way to school in 73, 74. When I had 10p or 5p, whatever my pocket money was, or whatever my sweet money was for the day, I'd get those silly. They were kind of pinky, purpley, and then you got the photographs with the. It's a song. I'm gonna go Lonnie Donegan rather than Sonny. No. Do you put your chewing gum on the flavour on the bedpost? That'll be a sex thing, will it? Taking your chewing gum out and putting it on the bedpost while you get down to all the business, maybe. Not sure. I was too young. Sonny Donegan, I don't know that name. No, okay. Okay, oh yeah, okay, you had to have a third go. It was Lonnie Donegan, okay. I can picture him. Kind of I'm not going to say ginger, but a blondish flat top, almost a flat top crew cut, but not quite, because I don't think they'd been invented at the time. Didn't he do a song about there was a song about train that was Lonnie Donegan. Got covered by Johnny Cash. Something about a train. Train on time, train on the line. This is way before my time, folks. This is way me. My Old Man's a Dustman. I remember that one. Okay. My Old Man's a Dustman. I had one of those kids record players, the plastic one with the. I had one of those with a very sturdy, very thick plastic records that kids had. I had My Old Man's a Dustman on that when I was. Well, let's say I still had it when I was 5 or 6, but I must have had it since being 3 or 4 with a bunch. Yeah, My Old Man's a Dustman. Also had half a pound of tuppenny rice, half a pound of treacle, whatever that's. Pop goes the weasel. Oh, you're bringing back all the memories, folks. What is this stream about? I mean, we didn't have a topic, so I guess I'm happy that we're just rolling with it. But what is the topic? Nostalgia, kids' TV and kids' toys and kids' musical recollections from the early 70s. Stranger on the Shore. I don't know that one. Stranger on the Shore. That one's got me beat. I don't recall that. Let me, because this is a mistake I make often. See, I'm in top chat, the live chat. I'm possibly missing posts, and probably always have been all the way back from the beginning. That might be why Oscar jibbed out. He said he was not edited. What's the word I'm looking for? Where an authority deletes your posts. That's not called editing. That's called censoring. Fuck. My memory, my ability. Keep yourselves smart, so smart. I'm not going to go back too far because I can't recap the whole thing. I will try and watch it back tomorrow, but I keep trying to watch things back and I'm so far behind. Akabilk was saxophone? Maybe? Tell me if I'm way off. You had the other guy, didn't you, Whitaker, who whistled a lot. Somebody Whitaker. For some reason, when I say Whitaker, Forrest jumps to mind, but that's the big black fella that I'm not thinking of. Whitaker. Saw him on Pebble Mill at 1. Fuck. Pebble Mill at 1. Again, we're back in the 70s or maybe early 80s. We remember when the BBC wasn't on in the morning, except it did a schools and colleges programs thing. Possibly over on BBC 2. Then it went off. Then the news came on. Oh, there'd be an Andy Pandy or Flumps for a quarter of an hour. Then Pebble Mill at 1 with that smooth, what was his name? He reminded me of Stuart Granger, the actor, but he wasn't him. What was he called? Clarinet could be right, or clarinet. Yes, I'm gonna. Yeah, I one of those. Are they both woodwind or is one brass? Clarinet. And yeah, not sure. If it's got a reed inside, then it's woodwind, isn't it? Even if the machine is, could even be oboe. Could even be oboe. Roger Whittaker, thank you. Deborah steps in with hey, the tennis racket of death, folks. The tennis racket of death just claimed a victim or two. This is how we keep the mosquitoes away and the flies, so that my legs don't get reinfected. Maybe. I have, for the last 2 days, I've been wearing long trousers. Thank you, Josie. Yeah, I haven't seen you here yet, but if Josie just step in, Josie brought me these rather chic for a guy living in a field. These rather dapper, wide, baggy trouser things. Madness, baggy trousers. Hey, 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 baggy trousers away. Boom, boom, boom. Spencer's back in the day, if anyone remembers, you had to have at least like 8 pleats in the front. 8 pleats in the front. Otherwise you weren't cool. And they had to be a two-tone. They had to be kind of black with a purple sheen, or a blue or purple sheen on your Spencers for your baggy trousers. All the recollections are coming out and all the people are running away, because if you're foreign, you've no idea what I'm talking about. Or if you're not from the right era, I guess, you've no idea what I'm talking about. So we've only got 8 likes. Only 8 likes. Wow, I must be really boring you all. I see the numbers dropping. Roger, it was definitely Roger Whittaker. You are indeed correct, though, Deborah. Yeah. All the whistling. Did he sing as well, or was he some other kind of musician? Why do I think mouth organ? I got no idea why I'm thinking mouth organ. Maybe? Could he be mouth organ and whistling? That's possible. People did make it onto TV playing mouth organs back in the day, giving it kind of the vibrato on the mouth organ, sucking and blowing and I don't know. I cannot rule out the possibility that that Roger Whittaker was either a guitar player or a mouth organ and a whistler, or 2 or 3 of those. Any permutations, any permutations you like. He sang Old Durham Town. I think everyone that sings Old Durham Town. Yeah, he did sing. Okay. We're talking about back when I was like 5 or 8 or maybe 10 at a push. If I can dig up these memories. You're talking to, well, you're not talking to me, but I'm a guy who remembers sitting on my plastic potty and watching Man on the Moon. Now, it won't have been the first one. It will not have been the first one, because I was born at the end of 68 and Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin was 69. But we're looking somewhere around 71 or 72. I'm sat on my plastic potty and I'm watching Man on the Moon. And I put my panda, I had a toy, like a cuddly toy, Americans would say stuffed animal, teddy bear kind of thing. I put my panda in front of the gas fire and it didn't catch fire, but it got very scorched in a very unfavourable way. So my mum came running in from another room. She could smell the burning. But I was sat on my potty watching Man on the Moon. Maybe 2.5, maybe 3. Is that late for still using a potty? I started using the toilet not long after, and I remember a friend of the family came around and thought, isn't he cute pretending to use the toilet like that? And I was actually, I mean, it was precarious. I was balancing on the toilet, and I'd left the bathroom door open because you're a kid. Privacy isn't a thing. Oh, that ant or fly or whatever the fuck, that was quite flavoursome. The Apollo missions, yeah. Apologies, 3 got into trouble. Apollo 3 got into 13, was it not? 73? I don't know. Because 9 was the one that landed. 9 was the one that got there first. 13 got into trouble. That would be about 73. But no, I watched one on them. They had the buggy. That's what I remember. The slow motion car thing. This could be as late as 74. Could I be embarrassing myself and being like 4 years old? I couldn't have been 4 years old still sat on my potty. That would be absurd. Wouldn't it? That's wrong. When was the moon buggy? When was the car driving around the moon? I remember a car driving around the moon, and I remember a man playing golf. But Buzz Aldrin did that, I think, on the first one. So I must have just remembered watching that later. That can't have been. I don't think I could have been watching that live. That's probably me remembering something I've watched after the event. Maybe. I can't have been forced to sat on my potty. Please tell me that's not true. Born in November 68, if that helps anybody to age me and to embarrass me about what age I must have still been sitting on my potty. Maybe I didn't really need it. Maybe it was just a comfort thing. Maybe? I don't know. I know that my friend's mother, the woman who'd seen me, oh, isn't that cute, trying to balance on the edge of the toilet. Isn't that cute pretending to use the toilet? And my mum's like, no, he uses the toilet. Yeah, no. Her son was, let's say, was a late developer. He didn't. I'm going to say no more. We don't need to dwell on that. I don't need to. Yeah, Apollo 13 got in trouble. That was 73, was it? Who just died recently that was from Apollo 13? Was it one of the guys on there, or was it one of the guys in command? Like when they do the whole lock the doors, everybody stay, Houston, we've got a problem. What was the guy with the buzz cut? Again, flat top crew cut buzz cut. He's got it high and I know who the actor is, but who's the actual guy? I got the name Glenn in my head and I don't think that's right. Somebody connected with Apollo 13 died within the last month or two, is the best I can say. Apollo 15 in 71 with the moon buggy, was it really? 71? So I was only 2, maybe 2 and a bit? Well, less than 3, more than likely. So, okay, yeah, I mean, that's a potty kind of age. God, what a conversation this is, folks. We're talking about literally, it was a blue plastic potty because a boy, blue. Blue is for boys, pink is for girls. You could go yellow if you didn't know at the time of purchase, but those were your basic choices. Because the world was sane back then. 16 and 17 also had a buggy. Okay. I don't know. I like I said, I've got Guys, I was young enough to be sat on a potty. You don't expect fucking total recall. Most people have zero memories from before being kind of 5 or 6. Maybe the odd one or two. I've got a few. I remember we walked from Darfield to Wumwell and on to Barnsley, or towards Barnsley, with my sister in it was a pram, it wasn't a pushchair. And I remember on the way back, after a full day of shopping and everything, I got tired and my mum put me in the pram, or perambulator, if you must. The perambulator, that's the posh word for a pram. Nowadays everything is just a buggy or a whatever. No, we had prams back then, with proper springs and big wheels. And you passed them on to other people after you'd finished with them, because these things were they were going to outlast you and your kids. They were going to outlast you. These things were still going to be usable in 40 years time. So you passed them down, you passed them on to the next generation, or to cousins or whatever that were having kids. Like my mum was one of 9. I never get this right. I never remember, was she one of 9 or did she have 9 brothers and sisters? I never know the answer to this question. Big family anyway. So there was always, if you're one of the younger kids, your older brothers and sisters have had kids who are now grown up and are now having kids themselves, and so you pass it down to your nephews and nieces. But yeah, I remember crawling in. I remember getting into the pram with my little sister. I can't have been more than 3.5. It's gonna be. We're gonna be in the same era of, you know. Wow, 97. No, wow, 9 different times. What are we? I wasn't around at the time, says Mr. S. Hold on. Says so on this random page I found. Okay, 16 and 17 also had a buggy. The one with the moon buggy. There's a few of them, yeah? Okay. Different times. Wow, 9. I don't know what's the 9 different times, what we're referring to there. Can't be 9 different moon buggies. We only had 6 successful landings on the moon, each with 2 men on and one orbiting up in a command module. Oh, 9 siblings, my mum, yeah. She was either one of 9 or had 9 siblings. I'm not sure if there was 9 or 10 of them. I honestly, I'm not sure I could even begin to name half of them. We weren't a close family. There was, wow. She's gone now, so I think I can say there was abuse in the family, and she never had anything to do with most of the family. There was only one sister, and that's the only one we ever had close dealings with. You got to make assumptions about why she didn't stay in touch with the boys. Draw your own conclusions. I certainly have. So yeah, there was the one sister, and that's the only one that we've had any. We met some of the others along the way, and we went to my grandma's occasionally, but usually when my mum was in some kind of distress. I've said my mum was schizophrenic, and my dad worked away, often abroad. So my mum, with 3 kids, alone and feeling desperate, would sometimes turn back to family. I don't think she was ever happy about having to turn back to them, though. And she wasn't happy with them. Draw your own conclusion. I'm not going to spell it out. Draw your own conclusions, folks. It's she was closer with her sister than with any of the others, and that's the only one that we ever had any real dealings with. Mainly, really. But yeah, let's move on. Different topic. 9 siblings. 9, maybe 8 siblings, maybe 9 in total, maybe 9 siblings. I don't know the fucking details. I could probably sit down and name 5 or 6 of them. I couldn't tell you much about them. I couldn't describe them. If they walked past me in the street, we once, get this. So we moved from Yorkshire. We moved from Barnsley, or the Barnsley area, over to the Morecambe and Lancaster area. We once had somebody try and track us down. Now my mum's maiden name was, I guess, fairly it's an unusual spelling of the particular word, and there was a lady in flats in the building next to us who got a phone call one day from somebody trying to trace my mum because of this name, this surname. This lady had the same surname. I think it was her married name when she was divorced, and she was talking to us one day about how she got this strange phone call from someone trying to trace somebody with this name originally from the Barnsley or Wombwell or Darfield kind of area in South Yorkshire. And we're just like, what are the odds? There's a woman in the house next to us got that name, gets that phone call from someone who's literally trying to track my mum down, and they're just ringing people in the phone book. But my mum's married name wasn't that name anymore. But we heard about this story like secondhand. You know what I mean? We're hearing it from the woman who accidentally got the call that really was intended for my mum. But it turns out this person that was ringing, we found out later, drug-addled no-mark, trying to trace their rich Auntie Eileen. Rich. Because my dad was a well-paid pipe fitter, a little bit of welding, I guess is the better word. But he worked on oil pipelines and things, in oil, not oil rigs, but oil refineries. He was well paid for what he did, and he was the foreman, so he did the hiring and firing. He was well paid. He was the, foreman. Well, I don't know how else to put it. Kind of deputy manager or pseudo manager. I don't know. Do we still have these words like foreman? Is that still a thing? Everybody's got elevated titles now that are so specific to their industries. That's the word I was about to say and fucked up. I don't know if we have like foremen and charge hands and so forth nowadays. My dad literally would get the phone calls from people when he was in the country, when he was in Britain. He'd get the phone calls. Oh, it's Foxy from whichever town, and it'd be this guy. Oh yeah, have you got any work on at the minute? And my dad would be the hiring and firing. He'd decide whether they're good workers or bad workers, whether they're the crane driver stroke operator, the bulldoze guy, the other pipe fitters or welders. He was getting the calls all the time. Now this, to my, I'm going to say disreputable family. I don't have high regard for them for obvious reasons because of what happened with my mum. But this, in their eyes, my mum and dad were rich because they worked and had money. So I think 10 years after we moved away, this woman's ringing around everyone with a similar, everyone with that surname, trying to find her Auntie Eileen just because she wanted some money for drugs. It's the weirdest. And by coincidence, she got the woman in the house next door, in the flats, house of multiple occupation, if you will, next door. Apartments, if you must. And we only heard about it because of the surname, and that's weird. Anyway, wasn't there a Pontins in Morecambe? Close by, Overton or Heysham. I'm not sure of the exact boundaries, but yeah, there was a Pontins. I'm going to say Overton, which is one of the villages. You know how conurbations are, where different towns grow and become one thing. Morecambe started off as 3 villages. Can I remember them? No, I can't remember the central one. There's a square named after it right now. It's where the new inn and the police station is. Or have I just got because you said Pontins? Polton Square. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Memory, folks. There was a fishing village called Polton. There's Bear, which became Bear Lane, and there's Heysham, and then further along you've got a couple of others. Overton is one of them. Kind of grew out to become one thing and became Morecambe over the centuries, I guess. But yeah, there was a Pontins in the area. Oh, the moon's up, but it's waning. It's jumped back a bit. Hold on. You got to go. Your spelling of Morecambe was a bit off, but I'll let it go. You got to spell it like More, Morecambe, Morecambe, if you will, or Morecambe. You don't get to choose your family. This is true. Oh, I got the dope is a real plague. Hold on. That was Tom. That was my mate Thomas in Norway. The dope is a real plague on our society. If the government weren't protecting them, we could run the suppliers into the sea. Yeah. Mr. S will be back in a few minutes. Who's your internet provider, Mike? Asks Keith Mack. I'm with Labara at the moment. I've just paid my bill. Was that last week? I think it was this weekend just gone. I think it was Sunday night in the middle of a live stream. The live stream I did 5 days ago, I think it renewed at 12:30 in the morning. I usually get a loud beep go off. I think it was this weekend. So yeah, Labara, do I get 150 gigabytes? But I think I've got about 200 that just rolled over, 200 unused. I'm going to do my damnedest to get these used this month. I've had a few technology upgrades. I haven't sorted out everything I need to sort out. But once I've got that working properly, I'm going to sail the high seas, folks. I'm going to download some shit. Because what people don't understand is how important entertainment is for in the dark times. If I suddenly didn't have enough money and couldn't afford the internet and had to just survive with what I've got, then my pen drives, portable hard drives, and storage space on phones for storing TV series is so important. I didn't have this preparation last time around. Well, I lost the devices entirely because of floods, but I was desperately close to doing something desperately bad through lack of, it's not just entertainment, just through lack of interaction, lack of, what's the word? Stimulation, I guess, is a word. I mean, I know it's a word, but I guess that's the word. Having media available so that you've got it even when there's no internet, assuming you've got access to devices, is so important. Having some kind of media, assuming you don't have the devices. If you've got newspapers with crosswords and Sudoku and or puzzle books, oh man, those were lifesavers at times. If I found a puzzle book in the bin, even if it was 2/3 completed, it's a godsend. Pulling the free newspaper out of the bin and finding that the person has not done any of the puzzles and they're all just sat there waiting. The giant crossword, the little crossword, the crossword that's half English, half Spanish. Some of the clues are in Spanish and they want the English word. Some of the clues are in English and they want the Spanish word, all mixed together in one little crossword. Those plus 2 or 3 Sudokus. Even though you can do the easy Sudoku in, like, I don't know, just instantly, however long it takes to write numbers in boxes. I mean, the easy ones are fucking easy. The medium ones usually are fairly straightforward. I'll be honest, sometimes, occasionally, the hard ones stump me for an hour or two, and I have to get calm around me to concentrate. I would go back to the hard ones at 2 and 3 and 4 in the morning when there isn't noise and people and dogs. You know, when I've got some peace, and sometimes you got to think and work them through. I like the hard ones. I do enjoy the hard ones. I pride myself on almost always getting there in the end. Occasionally there's just too much going on around and I don't get the distraction free time. But I do like Sudoku, if that's how you pronounce it. I think it's Sudoku, whatever. Japanese for bastard number puzzle. I don't know, folks. Boredom is a biggie. Yeah. Lebara, Lebara, I think it is. Lebara. I've got the app on the phone, so I just pay with my my friend Karen got me. Whoa, my friend Karen got me a prepaid debit card from the post office in the UK. I send her my PayPal money, my PayPal funny money that you guys send me, because I've got no direct use. I've got nowhere I can use PayPal directly. But I send it to Karen, she puts it on this card, and then I can tap and pay, or obviously it's got a card number, and I can pay my phone bill once a month. I'm considering stepping down, because over time, so once upon a time I paid €10 a month, and I was uploading at 480p, would it be? My early videos were in something like 480p. And then I needed more data to do 720, and I think now when it's viable, my phone uploads. You tell me, is this going out at 720 or 1080? But I use more gigabytes now because I'm broadcasting in a better quality, better phone, better quality, better upload speed. But also, the package has outstripped my requirements. They're giving so many hundreds of gigabytes per month, and because Tina's not mobile and we don't get out that much, or wasn't mobile and we didn't get out that much, I wasn't doing much in terms of videos and uploads. So we didn't need. They're adding more and more and more gigabytes onto the €15 package that I've got, and I'm thinking that the €10 package is probably good enough for what I need. The only downside is I've got these hundreds of gigabytes rolling over each month, and if I step down in package, they don't roll over anymore. It's not. They don't stick with you, the person, you, the account holder, when you go for a lower package. They're tied to the package, and if you don't renew that package, you don't get the rollover. So I would be starting again from scratch, I guess, in terms of gigabytes and rollover. But saving a £5 a month is probably a worthwhile saving, wouldn't you think? I certainly, especially as it's your money, not my money. I gotta do right by you guys. I shouldn't be. If I don't need that package anymore, I'm just reticent because of these gigabytes. If I can power up the Pirate Bay and download a bunch of shit onto my external hard drive that I've still not fixed, if I can get that done and working and use up those gigabytes, then I can happily downgrade my package to the next tier down, save a £5 a month of your money, and do better by you guys. Do better. Alternately, I could just live stream 24 hours a day on the package I am on. That's probably not what you want. In fact, I can guarantee that's not what you want. I'm not saying any more. Had another accident today. Just shut up. Lebara is one of the biggest cheap data providers in Europe. I don't know much about them except it's. How did I end up using Lebara? My nephew came over and visited me when I first moved over here, back in the before times when I actually had an apartment and everything. Nephew visited. I was still on a UK SIM card, and we needed to get, and we just walked in a phone shop, and it was just, which one do you recommend? And that's the one they said was the cheapest and the best deal. Yeah, Lobster. I keep hearing about Lobster. They're the English. Are they the English language one? There's lobster and there's like an octopus or something else that's some kind of fucking seafood. Yeah, they specialize in English language. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't need that many gigabytes. I mean, honestly, I'm in the middle of downloading Kenny Everett, the Kenny Everett video show from 1978. This is his ITV stuff. I've only downloaded one series so far. I was in the middle of watching the War of the Worlds I can't remember. Never remember whether it's 1980s or 1990s, with Jared. Oh, what's he called? Can't remember. Jared Martin. I'm going to go with Jared Martin, I think his name was. It's either late 80s or early 90s. I've downloaded one season of that, and somehow I've not kept up with watching that. I was in the middle of downloading and watching... Oh, if Jack Attack was here, he could tell me what I was watching. It's the computer that spies on people. Person of interest. I just saw someone saying hello. Sean Stones, hello. I got so many things I'm in the middle of watching, and somehow I downloaded Mr. Ben because the narrator died. Can I remember his name? No. I remember he was in a TV series called Big Deal. And his name was... Now, the actress opposite him was called Sharon Deuce. D-E-U-C-E. Like tennis 40-all. Deuce, I think. Also, isn't that number 2 in cards and stuff? Deuce. Rob, no, not Robin. Rob Briggs. Oh, thank you. Ray Brooks, it was indeed. I always went. I always go with Briggs rather than Brooks. I was about to do it right there. Yeah, Ray Brooks from Big Deal and the narrator of Mr. Ben. I downloaded Mr. Ben complete thing because of him passing. I only got to episode 2 or 3. I got all these things that are lined up ready to be watched and should be watched. But Kenny Everett. Do you ever watch Strictly Come Dancing and wonder who the fuck that what was the woman called? Not Aileen. Aileen Martin. Aileen. I had no clue who she was. And then I just found out she was the choreographer for Hot Gossip. And if you're a lad of a certain age, back in Kenny Everett's day, then Hot Gossip was quite a thing. Aileen Phillips, not Eileen. Aileen Phillips, wasn't it? But if you were a lad of a certain age, anywhere between 10 and 15, Hot Gossip were a thing. There was Hot Gossip and there was Legs and Co. One was Kenny Everett's group and the other was Top of the Pops' bunch. Yeah. Very like Benny Hill, with the and the women running about in stockings and suspenders. Yeah. For lads of a certain age, that was let's call it a coming of age. Can you even say that nowadays? And if you say it, how are you spelling it? See, back then we had the things, didn't we? You were introduced into sexuality gradually, like through Page 3 girls and magazines hidden in bushes by tramps, maybe, in the woods or the park. All the boys knew which bush had the magazines in. You didn't have to wait to be 18 or what, you know what I mean? You these things, you were introduced to them. You always had that mate with a dirty uncle. There was always that lad that had access to this stuff before you did. Now, I don't know how does the internet feed into that nowadays for the youth? positively on it. Sam Fox and Linda Lusardi, abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah. Who was the girl that came like a few years later? She was a little bit smaller and perky. I got Joe in my mind, but that's not right. But yeah, and of course you had the singers as well, like boys, 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 looking for a good time. Oh, she was on the other day on radio, and we instantly knew it and could picture her bouncing around in the swimming pool. Everybody's looking for fun. Boys, boys, boys. I know her name and I just can't get it right now. Ordinarily that would come to mind instantly. It's not gonna work. I'm thinking down there instead of up here. I think the blood's all rushed elsewhere, folks, maybe. But life was like that. You got this more gradual introduction to stuff, and it was tame stuff. It wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't in your face. Even if you got yourself a copy of Razzle or Escort or whatever, and sometimes it was close-up photography, but it's just a photograph of a body part. It's not, I wasn't going Donna Ewing. Somebody Cox with a COX. I'm not a Sarah, no. I remember Donna Ewing. She was quite a busty girl, wasn't she? Yeah, she was a larger. I'm thinking of someone small, blonde, and perky. This probably isn't a conversation for most people. But what I'm saying is, or what I hope I'm saying is, you got a more 10 years old and you see a page 3 girl with her boobs out. And you're like, oh, dad likes boobs. Oh, I quite like boobs. And it went no further. It wasn't full-on penetrative sex, ejaculation, money shot. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't the internet. You got a more gradual introduction to that stuff. And I think that was a good thing. I think most teenage boys would be better off with a copy of Razzle than with access to the internet nowadays. I think even their mums would probably agree. Even though they might not like the idea of porn or whatever, but it's, I mean, it's a guy thing, but it's, a more gradual introduction. I think that's got to be a good thing. I've no idea what anybody else thinks. I'm probably just rabbiting onto myself about nothing no one else is interested in, but here I am. I do remember Donna Ewing. I'm shocked I can't remember some of the other page 3 girls' names. The ones that came, I know that forever, like from the mid-80s, probably into the early 90s, it was all Sam Fox and Linda Lusardi. I mean, those were the biggies. I got to admit, I was a Sam Fox guy main. Don't get me wrong, Linda Lusardi was a beautiful lady. It was the size of the boobs. It just was. I was a Sam Fox. I'm a boob guy, I guess. Well, I don't guess. I know. But Linda was a bonny lass, and later on, didn't she try and become an actress? She was in Brookside for a bit because her boyfriend or husband was. Didn't he play the hairdresser? He played the gay hairdresser on Brookside, if I'm remembering that correctly. Peter something or other, maybe. Jackie Degg. That's not one. You're thinking of Joe Guest. No, I don't think I was. That's not the name that doesn't ring a bell. Well, it rings a bell in that I recognise the name, but I'm going like generation would be too strong a term. I'm going later, like as Sam Fox and Linda Lusardi kind of faded. Don't know, guys. And I can't look it up on this device. I could probably. God, what's Google gonna make of me if I start Googling fucking page 3 girls? I don't want to end up on the hub. That's not where I'm going. Let's see if I can just find a name. I'm not looking for the pictures. Not right now, maybe later. Notable page 3 girls. Linda Lusardi, Sam Fox, Katie Price. God, I remember when Katie Price came on the scene. You know, she was virtually flat to begin with. I had a copy of Mayfair, if anybody remembers Mayfair. She was sprawled out on a deck chair, showing what she's got, and she was virtually flat. No. Saint Linda was Katie Price. Melinda Messenger was later. She was the girl of the Thrillennium, wasn't it? Maria Whittaker, I remember. Yeah, okay. But none of those are where I was going. Can I stick a blonde on the beginning of that search term? Does blonde have an E on the end? I think it does. It's just showing me the same result. It hasn't. Nothing different. No, I'm not gonna. I'll look like some kind of perv if I keep typing that in. How did we get here, folks? What? Before we go to page 3, what was the conversation about? Melinda Messenger, the girl of the Thrillennium. The girl of the millennium. Yeah. Didn't she... Here's what I hate. People who do something like that to get famous, and then once they're there, they slag it off and say, oh, I hate it all. Who's the girl out of the Marvel films? She was like the not murderess, but assassin. First appeared in Iron Man 2. And now she makes all these comments that, oh, the outfit was too revealing, and it's too sexual, and I hated it. You didn't hate it enough to not fucking do it and take the millions for the return fees in all the other films afterwards. The girl out of the horse film, we talked about this a few days ago. The horse film, Horse Whisperer. She was like 12 or 13 in The Horse Whisperer with Robert Redford. I got no idea what her name is. Someone will know. No, nobody knows, or maybe chat's frozen and I need to do top chat and then live chat to get back. No. You had to find him, Margot, find your dad's stash. Yeah, well, there was simpler times before the internet. This is true. This is true. Porn wasn't easy to come by. Until you reached a certain age and you could walk into the newsagents, pick up a newspaper, make sure it's folded in half, kind of open it up, reach for the top shelf and get yourself Asian Babes, Escort, Razzle, and then go pay for them. Wait until there's nobody else at the counter or no one else in the shop. I'm from that generation, folks. We had to get brave. We had to muster up some fucking confidence to go and buy our porn, and hope the shopkeeper didn't say you don't look 18. I was lucky. I had a moustache from the age of about 13 onwards. Yeah, just grow the muzzy out and once every 3 months, 4 months, go and buy. Don't just buy one. Don't go to the embarrassment and only buy one. While you're there, you might as well just, get a few. And they were amazingly cheap for what they were. Mid 80s, like 150 or £2. They were not for what you were getting. This is probably not a conversation most people want to fucking hear, but it's a guy thing, ladies. If there's any ladies out there, it is a guy thing. We are visual creatures. We like to look. We like to look while we're doing, but we also just like to look in general. And when we can't look, we like to visualize and dream, and we're just dirty bastards like that. It's a guy thing. If you knew the X-rated videos that play in our mind just while we walk down the street, you would never fucking talk to us again. It's your dad, it's your brother, it's your uncle, we're all a bunch of dirty bastards. Your husband, your boyfriend, you don't want to know. It's a guy thing. And so it's best kept as a guy thing. And so I'm going to move on and we'll change the topic. Was it Maria Whittaker? No, I remember Maria Whittaker. She was dark-haired and full-chested, wasn't she? I was thinking of a blonde, perky. I've got Suzanne or Susanna or I don't know whether that's right. Perky, smaller breasts, littler girl, but it's in the era where Sam Fox and Linda Lusardi were dropping off, hitting the wall, some might say. Didn't Sam Fox turn all lesbo as well? She decided she didn't like men anymore, which dampens things a little bit. Can you say dampen? I mean, like dampens your ardor, dampens your reduces, not dampen, not moist. I'm gonna shut up. Talking myself into a fucking corner. That's a beer I opened an hour and a half ago, folks. Maybe a little bit more. It's getting a bit warm. Still there is no bin bag tonight. I'll have to dig one out tomorrow. Got one of these little green bugs again. This one seems to be struggling. Like it's caught in a, maybe there was a droplet of something on the table and it's stuck on it. Let's see if I can I help you, little fella? If you're not dying, can you go? Do you want to go? Don't fly off into the fucking tennis racket of death. Go on. Go. No? You're not going to go. You're just going to crawl on my hand. Can you won't be able to, oh yeah, oh look at that. That shows up surprisingly well, doesn't it? Alright. That surprised me. How do you keep the beers cold? I don't. It'll have to make its own way from there. Is my girl still here? She's down there. Okay, keeping the beers cold. I used to do an evaporative cooling thing with a wet towel on top of a grid, like a cooling rack. Wet towel on top of a cooling rack, so air gets under it. Keep the towel wet. Put the beers inside, water evaporates, towel dries, beers cool. Then I bought with support from some of you kind folk, I bought an electric cool box, which worked for about a year. But then I left it out over winter. And what I didn't realise was I'd left some food inside. Thing got infested with these flies and they clogged up the mechanism, and it's never worked properly since. I'm still thinking of flushing it through with water. It's electric, so it's a risk. You know how you can wash a keyboard? As long as you don't put any power through it while it's got water in or while it's wet. I'm thinking I'm on the brink of like a last ditch attempt to do that. Other than that, my friend Ismo left a proper cool box, a basic polystyrene with plastic sides cool box. And my friend Karen, when she's in the country, brings me a bottle of frozen water, a bottle of ice. And so I'll put the beers in there, and with the bottle, and for 2 days or thereabouts, we've got cold beer. And then it depends on donations from people as to whether I've got beer. You should toss it and get a proper portable. I am so close because I never know what to tell. I never know where the line is with what to tell you guys and what not. I am sitting on, I've said the PayPal link is there just because people will shout at me if I don't put it there. I'm not wanting donations. It's just there so that nobody shouts at me. I am sat on a little bit of excess money at the minute. And I'm just not sure that my EcoFlow River 2, I'm not sure what kind of fridge it will power and what it won't. I've seen fridges as low as 150, proper like tabletop or countertop fridges. What was it? It was like 40, it was about 50 cubic, no, not 50 cubic feet, that's wrong. 50 litres. Something like that. It was 47 or thereabout, because it was done in cubic, it was 2 cubic feet, which when you multiply it out, should be 27 plus 27. A cubic foot should be approximately 27 litres. I think, if I got my maths right. A foot is about 30 centimetres. 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres should give you 27 litres. Approximately. Más o menos. The portable compressor fridges. Yeah, I mean, my solar powers my EcoFlow River 2, and from what I understand, it should power these small. I don't want a toy one that you put like 6 cans of Coke in. That's not where I'm going. There's also though what can I call it? The ridiculousness of being a tramp with a fridge. The EcoFlow will put out about 250, approximately 250, maybe 300 watts, I think it is ordinarily. You've got this X boost thing where it will go higher, and it's that initial charge when the compressor kicks in. It's not the running it, like the continuous running, that's the problem. It's the, what do you call it, like the influx power or something it's called, isn't it? When the compressor kicks in and there's that initial high draw. It's that. And that can be 3 times the normal power usage of the fridge. Yeah, I would have like I would be able to have margarine and butter. I would be able to have salads and you know, all the fruits and vegetables. If it's got an ice box in the top, even better, because cold beer. But that's another. I'm seriously considering it, guys. I see these fridges. There's a shop here called Leroy Merlin, sells some of these things. If I buy it and the EcoFlow doesn't power it, can I take it back or have it sent back? Could I walk in the shop and take my own EcoFlow to check whether it powers it? Is that a step too far? Can you do that? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Now the reason I hesitate to talk about this is because it's your guys' money. It's you. You donated not to buy me a fridge to keep cold food and cold beer. That's not why you called. That's not why you donated. The fact that it is, or would be, the single biggest upgrade to my life right now. Now we're talking about my life. The money was donated in large part for Tina. I've got a line to walk, guys. It's only a matter of time before someone starts calling me out or making accusations about that's not what we gave the money for, kind of thing. It's in large part, it's down to the people that donated or the people that continue to donate. If people send me money and say, for a fridge, if it's specifically sent, what was the word people used the other day? I can't remember what they said. When you stipulate, when you send a donation and you earmark it for a thing, proviso it might have been. If people send me money and say for a fridge, or that money that I've already sent, feel free to put it towards a fridge, I'll feel better about it. I'm a little, proviso, thank you, Keith, it was, yeah. 60 watts running power intermittently, yeah, Ryan. But what's the peak when the compressor kicks in, when it first kicks in? It could easily go above 200. And you're running an EcoFlow Deluxe or a River 2 Max or something. I don't remember the name. If I go out and spend the money on a fridge and then the EcoFlow won't power it, awkward. It would honestly be the single biggest upgrade to my life so far. And in fairness, it's probably what I should have got instead of the cool box I bought. A guy, Donegal Over Landing, I think, was trying to push me in that direction. Richard, he's called, was trying to push me in that direction a year ago when I got this. And I didn't know the ins and outs. I didn't know the wattage or amperage. I didn't know the power consumption, and I got borderline figures, but I don't know the ins and outs to this day. I don't know, guys. I don't know. If someone else had a second-hand one and brought it round and test it, I'd buy the second-hand one off them as long as my EcoFlow could run it. I want the ice box in the top. You know what I mean? I want the ability to make ice and to really cool some stuff right down. I mean, a fridge, that's great, but sometimes you want some ice or you want something proper cold. I'm going to, as well as the fact that I'm going to run it through the day while the sun's shining and the power's there. But then at night, I want to have like a bottle of frozen water that I've, or ice cubes, or those chiller kind of pads, excuse me, those chiller pads that you put in a cool box. I don't know the right term. But I want something frozen that you can take out of there and keep the fridge cool overnight without running power, because I don't have enough power. It's 60 watts. I could run that for 2 hours and have enough power for everything else that I do. I don't run that for more than 2 hours a night. Now I know they're intermittent, it's a fridge, it kicks in on and off, on and off. But while the sun's shining and I've got excess power, I can crank it up, get the whole thing cold, run it on maximum wattage. At night, turn it down and just coast through the night with the ice and whatever's in there already. Like all of these things, they're more efficient the more you've packed into them, the more you put in, the better they run. So there's that as well. Keep it full. Don't open it too often. When you do open it, don't open the door too far, and you know, don't be waving all of the cold air out or letting all the air fall out. I mean, a deep freeze has advantages in that way, but it's a lot more heavy duty on the compressor and voltage, wattage. I don't know, guys. I'm considering these things. I have my advisors, I have my friends that I trust, I have people that help me. I've got an ethical dilemma. The money was given for Tina, or for me to help Tina. And then we were given wheels anyway. I've mentioned I've got the lady to pay back when she comes back here. I got the lady to pay back and then to get her a gift or two. I want to get like a box of chocolates, bottle of wine. Oh, I am live. Who knew? I want to get the lady Sandra that helped. I want to get her a bunch of flowers, bottle of wine, chocolate. You know, something. You gotta be nice to the ladies. She's a lady. Was that Little Britain? I'm a lady. I think that was Little Britain. I don't know, guys. I'm in a quandary, I guess. So what are you supposed to do with the well? What am I supposed to do with the leftover money is a question, I guess, for the guys who donated it. Do I have their permission to spend it on other things? Ryan thinks it goes up to 130 when it kicks in. 60-litre compressor fridge, 60 litres. That's the ballpark for the size I was looking at, yeah. And yeah, they run Alpicool, like Alpine. You can test your EcoFlow on my fridge. If you come for another visit, Ryan, I'd love to. Yeah. Well, it was good seeing you the other weekend, my friend. Yeah. Was that 2 weeks ago? Or was that 3 weeks ago now? Fuck. Time. Where did it go? That might have been 3 weeks ago, yeah? In a day or two. Yeah. This weekend. We're about to enter the weekend, aren't we? I forgot. I lose track of my days, folks. I lose track of my days. I lose track of my weeks. I lose track of my months. The other night when it was the full moon and I was saying, no, it's tomorrow. No, it wasn't. I'd got my days wrong. I was a fucking idiot. Sat here with the full moon over my shoulder saying, no, the full moon's tomorrow. Because I thought it was Saturday, not Sunday. Just fucking idiot. I don't know. What do you do? Does that mean I missed? I didn't. Was there a partial lunar eclipse, and was it visible from Spain, or did I just not? Did it happen and I missed it, or was it never going to be visible from where I was? I don't know where that, because I would have loved. I always like to see that kind of thing. Whenever I know that there's any kind of eclipse where I'm at, I make a point of trying to see it, and somehow I'm clueless, fucking clueless. Don't know. 12:31. Okay, we're 2 hours in. It was indeed Little Britain. Next time is 2028 for a partial or full. It was a lunar, wasn't it? It was not an eclipse. There's something, isn't there? No, there's a full eclipse in 2 years, isn't there? A proper solar eclipse across Europe and parts of Africa. Or am I misremembering? There's also an asteroid impact on the moon. Probably, maybe. I think that's 2 years as well. That's the one that they thought was going to hit Earth and calculate it was going to miss. And now they're fairly sure it's going to hit the moon. The moon grows bigger. I think over time it's moving away from us. 1 centimetre or 3 every year. Also, our days are getting longer or shorter. There's a thing to do with the moon and the tidal lock thing that we've got. You know how we only ever see the same side of the moon. There isn't really a dark side because the other side gets hit by the sun. It's not dark as such, but there's only one side of it. As it comes around the Earth, it also turns at exactly the same rate. So we only see this same face all the time. Technically, not quite true. We see about 53 or 54% of the moon's surface at different times. Obviously, you never see more than 50% at any one time, but there's a slight wobble, wouldn't be the right word, but we see more than 50% through some movement thing. Look it up. I don't know the how or the why. Tidally locked is one search term, but also more than 50% of the moon is visible sometimes ish. I don't know. Shut up. I don't know. Sometimes I pull the shit out my ass, and you can check it. And Rob Ryan will pull it up and tell me how wrong I am. But I'm fairly sure that one's true. Unless I've switched universes again and I'm in a different fucking timeline. Hold on. The moon grows bigger. He's hoping the rock can smack it back into the right orbit. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll go with that. There's a... Oh... Was it it wasn't a Twilight Zone episode, unless it might have been one of the modern Twilight episodes where they thought Earth was going to be smacked by something malicious, and it turned out that like the alien that was coming along dropped off. He separated from the real mass that was used to like get him here to help propel him here. That crashed into the moon, and then he came and said hello. He might have been a baddie, I can't remember. There was coordination between the Russians and the Americans. Let's have a quick look. Data warning. No. Peter, no. You should get. Okay. Oh, I'm not going to say any more while we're. Okay, thank you. I've now got a first name for you. Hold on. Unless you just announced. That might have been me. It was. It was my friend. It was. It was you. I was going to keep it quiet, but it was you. um, if you're going to announce it, then you know what I mean. I can't. I'm not going to. You announce it. I can't unannounce it, can I? It was you. I should remember to silence the blood. I never remember to silence. It's only recently I learned how to do the what's that mode called? I don't even remember what that mode's called. Scroll down. No, if it goes wrong now, it'll kill shit. No, stuff's not scrolling, and so I can't scroll. Whatever that silence mode's called, where you silence your phone so that those kind of alerts and things don't come through. But thank you, my friend. Thank you. Get yourself a proper fridge, he says. Okay. I shall indeed investigate the idea. I think this might be a bit presumptuous of me. I think my friend Karen can help me with acquiring something from Leroy Merlin. It's just a question of will the ego full power it? I guess. I don't know. I'd appreciate the thumbs up, folks. Anyone who hasn't hit the button already. I don't know how many of you are regulars here who are just lurking, or maybe you've just seen a bizarre come and talk to a tramp signal out on YouTube, and you thought you'd come along and see what's what. Come and say hello. We don't bite. I can't bite. I got no fucking teeth. Well, I do. They're in a bag. I found them the other day. I dug them out. What day would that have been? Maybe Wednesday. I had to go digging for socks. I'd put these longer trousers on, these long pants on, to keep the flies out of my infected scratches and scrapes and wounds and blisters and whatever else. I literally got 10 infected. But I had to go looking for socks. Tina doesn't bite. Oh, that one's a little bit more interesting a question. Allegedly, she bit a policeman once. But I'm going to say the bastard deserved it based on what they've done to her. And it's alleged and no proof, and I've never seen any evidence. And the buggers don't wear... If they won't wear cameras, if they won't do the body cam thing, then I don't believe a fucking word any of them say. I'm not a one for putting their word above anybody else's word, or putting their word front and center. If it's not on camera, it didn't fucking happen. And if you refuse to wear the cameras, that's on you. Get some fucking body cameras and dash cams and whatever other fucking cameras you need. I do not automatically believe the police because I've had too much experience of them lying. Actual real world fucking experience of them lying. I punched a guy so hard through his bulletproof vest that I bruised his chest. Really? You're going to say that for real? I punched you when I never threw a punch at all. Didn't have a chance to throw a fucking punch at all. I'd already been hit 4 times with a baton, and then I was rugby tackled to the ground immediately. But according to the paperwork, I punched him so hard through his bulletproof vest that I bruised his chest. I was a fat old man at the time. I remind you that I weighed over 100 kilograms and I went down to 67 kilograms in my first few weeks of being homeless. But this is from before, so I was the 100 kilo. I was a fat old man. Drunk, maybe, allegedly. Didn't throw a punch, but allegedly punched him so hard his chest was bruised through his bulletproof vest. Come on. I challenge them to pick their biggest and best boxer, and I'll put the bulletproof vest on, and their biggest and best can come and punch me. And if I'm bruised the next day, I'll plead guilty. What a crock of shit. I also challenged them to put forward their champion, and I would meet them in a boxing ring and we would have a charity event. I've said that to both the Guardia Civil and Torrevieja Policia Local. Bring your best and let's have an in the ring contest. Mano a mano means hand to hand, but man to man. I was handy as a lad, but vests aren't really designed to block punches. They're designed to block smaller things. Starboard, whether they're stab vests or bulletproof, they should still. A bullet is supposed to leave you bruised behind it. It spreads the impact out, but my fist isn't a fucking bullet. Look at it. I've got incredibly small hands, folks. You haven't got a comparison, but I got lady hands. My dad was a boxer, British Forces middleweight boxing champ once upon a time. My hands, I got my mum's hands. Now I've got technique, but I've got little hands. There's just no way. What they suggest is just, well, it's improbable. Let's give them some wiggle room and say improbable. Personally, my personal opinion is that what they suggest is fucking impossible. But I'm a handy lad. I've got a punch. I just didn't punch anybody that night. I just did not. They photographed me when they took us away. If I'd punched somebody that hard, the bruises on the knuckles, the two knuckles in particular, that when you punch you're aiming to land, you want these two. You don't want to be hitting with the knuckle from the index finger or the little finger. That creates what's called a boxer's injury, a broken little finger, basically. You want to land these two knuckles. The third and fourth finger are where you're really aiming for. That's if I'd hit a bulletproof vest hard enough to injure the guy, my hands would have fucking shown it. You'd like to learn to punch properly. I can teach you. Well, I just did. It's about stance. It's about how you move your hips. It's about how you position yourself. Okay. When you face off with the other guy, if you're both, assuming you're both right-handed, you want to gain the ground to your left. You want to move forward and to left so that you can come in with your right. You don't want to be punching straight forward. You do want to be punching forward. That's a bad description. I haven't got the vocabulary. You want to basically, you want to work things so that he stands still, you move left and forward slightly, and then you just bring the big right in. Now, to position him, you might have to do some jabs with the left or something first. But it's about landing these two knuckles, really. You do not want, if you hit somebody and you miss and you land with the knuckle of the little finger, you can break your little finger. It's called a boxer's fracture. It's not where you want to be. You want to be here. But yeah, but now if they're a lefty, if they're a southpaw, all bets are off. That's a fucking coin toss. A coin toss, not a coin toss. A coin toss. Southpaws are difficult. But basically, two guys who are both right-handed will kind of spin around in a circle, both moving to their left, and you're both trying to go left and forward a bit, and then come in with the big right, while not getting hit yourself. It's southpaw in the house. Yeah, hey Frank. Oh, I tried sending you a message. I think it was earlier today, but I was an idiot. I was in Messenger that you can't get anymore. My phone was on charge. I couldn't do the WhatsApp. WhatsApp only lets you log in with the with one device, and that's my phone, and that was on charge. I want to have a catch-up chat with you. I want to have a catch-up chat with Frank. Frank's a southpaw, a lefty. Not all left-handed people are southpaws. I mean, it's what you lead. It's how you stand and what you lead with, rather than left-handedness, right-handedness. But most right-handed people will stand a certain way, and most left-handed people will stand a certain way. Some people mix and match. My dad was right-handed but ate left. His knife and fork would be left-handed, and when he held a guitar, he did it the wrong way around. Who knows? Or a bow and arrow was a big. That was when we discovered it, when he picked up a bow and arrow, and we're like, well, why you got it? Why you got in that hat? Why are you not? Why are you? What? You're doing it wrong. It's just what came natural to him. I don't know. I put my left fist through a safety glass window a few times. That's interesting. Hold on. That was Tom. Tom, who used to be Thomas. Hold on. Hold on. You're stronger than you think. It just sounds very unlikely. It's very unlikely that I bruised him through either a stab vest or a bulletproof vest. My understanding is it was a bulletproof, but I'm not an expert in these matters. There was Frank arriving. I'm working forwards because it jumped. It hasn't jumped much on me today, but it did just. I like to learn to punch properly. That was Tom. What came of the case? Is it still ongoing? This is the one that's been hanging over me for 5 years plus. Yeah, it's up in the air a little bit. Tom messed up his hand as you described last time. Messed up my hand as you described. You can. Punching is right. There's a reason that boxers wear boxing gloves, and it's not to protect your face. It's to protect their hands so they can hit you in the face. And that's why they have different weight gloves and everything. The 1 pound gloves are the not beginner's not the right word, but amateur and what have you. And as they go up in rank, they use lighter weight gloves. You got the whole pounds and ounces thing. I'm not as familiar as I once was, because modern life is metric. What have I missed, folks? Asks Frank. Well, there you go, mate. You join us, what, almost 2.5 hours in. What have I missed? Nothing much. There was a big conversation about pornography earlier. I don't know how or why, but it happened. 16 ounces to a pound, yeah. It's going to be more than 22 to a kilogram. There's 2.2 pounds to a kilo, so you're looking at about 40, maybe. 40 ounces to a kilo. Approximately. You missed the prawn. Yeah, the prawn conversation. Oh God, how do I summarize? We were talking about how young lads of a certain age get an introduction to certain things. We started off talking, we had page 3 girls was mentioned, then magazines, photography, how it was a more gentle introduction than like Pornhub with big squirty penises in your face and you know. My first 3 or 4 years of seeing pornography didn't include a penis. Magazines, folks, magazines. It's a guy. Yeah, we're visual creatures. It's a guy thing. Even now, when doing it, you like to look down and see what's going on. We're visual. And the conversation spun off from there. I'm not going to do the whole conversation again because they'd be dragons. But sorry, ladies. We guys are visual. We like to see. We like to look. We like to imagine. We like to picture. I mean, literally, we like to picture. It's a guy thing. If you knew, like I said, if you knew the X-rated movies that play in our mind, just walking down the street and seeing that really pretty girl or that large-chested girl, you'd never talk to us again. Suzanne Mitzi, fucking look at that! How long have you been looking that up, Keith? I said I thought it was a Sue or Suzanne, didn't I? I think I said that at some point. Wow! That was her, the perky little blonde with the smaller boot. Yeah. Wow, you just spent an hour and a half looking that up. I sent it. Oh, did I miss? Oh, you see, because the chat hasn't jumped much tonight, but okay. I think that's incredible. Look back. I will. Well, what I'll do is I'll watch the whole thing back tomorrow, or I'll try to. How far back do I have to go? How long ago did you mention it? Because that's yeah. It once I'm scrolling back a ways, it just starts jumping around a little bit more. It's been fairly well behaved today, the app itself, the chat, but I can't. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see. I don't see where, but I will not far back before fridge. The fridge was there's quite a lot of fridge. Was it Frank that asked what have I missed? We also had a discussion about whether I should buy a refrigerator or not for in the tent, because every tramp should have every tramp should have a fridge. It's obvious. I gotta scroll more. I'm back to Alpicool fridge. Oh, there you were. That was at 22 minutes past. Is that midnight? Midnight 20. Half an hour ago. Sorry, Keith. I did miss that entirely, my friend. But I'm glad that you. I'm glad you came back. That is exactly who I was thinking of. Just as Sam Fox and Linda Lusardi were. What's a polite? I don't want to say hit the wall. They didn't really. I mean, they're very beautiful ladies to this day, but yeah, as their page 3 careers were cooling down, Suzanne Missy, however you want to say it, yeah. Would an old school fridge work? And I don't want to go like with a big full size fridge or like fridge freezer. My EcoFlow will put out. I think it's 300 watts. And that has to be your peak. Allegedly, X Boost will give up to double that, but you certainly don't want delicate electronics connecting with X Boost. It's a rough and ready system that drops the. Which way does it go? I think it drops the voltage and increases the amperage, the charge. I think it does something funny to try and push out more watts than it's supposed to be able to. It might be increase the volts, drop the amp. I'm not sure which way around it is. It does something silly. Certain types of motors and compressors will work with it. Certain delicate electronics like computers and some, you know, electronics rather than electrics won't like it, and you can break them and ruin them. So if your fridge has processors in it, I can't think why they would, but some nowadays, you don't want these fucking internet enabled things. If your fridge is spying on you and has got complicated electronics in it that it's trying to send out over the internet, you don't want to be going anywhere near X Boost on the EcoFlow. Sorry, folks, I've just taken the top off one of these wounds that's a little bit infected. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. Not out here, not now, not this time of night. I guess the flies aren't here. Hey, for anyone who's arriving late, I did just have to plug the phone in, and so we are on a wire now. And earlier I tried this and I accidentally turned the volume off. So we've got to try and do this. Hey, babe. Hey, here's Tina. Hey, baby. You're facing the wrong way. You're not going to talk to the peoples. Come on. Frank's here. Mr. S is here. Come say hello to Frank and Mr. S. And all the other peoples. Tina. You're not going to. You're not going to face the right way for me. Come on. Earn your keep. Be cute on camera. Nope. Okay, folks. You get the answer from the lady herself. Let's have a look. Here we go. Oh, look. You see that? No, you can't really see that. No, it doesn't really compute. Nope. Various insect bites, scrapes and grazes that I've picked up over the weeks suddenly all become infected at once. Red, big lumps, red pus, and it's because of the flies. The flies just didn't leave me alone. Now this time of night, they're few and far between, fortunately. But Karen brought me some stuff, some powder to put on to dry things up and to what's the word I'm looking for? Bio, not antibacterial. It wasn't antibacterial. What was it? What's the word I'm looking for? Antibacterial is one word. That's for what's the one for viruses? Antibiotic. She bought me an antibiotic powder. I think. I'm no expert on these things. It could just be talc for all I know. Who knows, folks? Anyway, yeah, my legs, the bottom half of my shins and ankles are, I'm not going to say agony, but they're quite stiff right now. They're quite, at night it all gets a little bit drier and tenser and mud. I've had to put a long pair of socks on, even though we're still in summer. I'm wearing long trousers, again, even though we're in summer. Never had this before. Never had this. In my entire life, I've never had scratches and scrapes and insect bites and stuff get infected. A couple of years ago, I had a finger go a bit manky, and I just took a pin, put it in a flame to sterilize it, let it go cool, and jabbed the shit into my finger, and then whoa, and just squoze the finger, squeezed the finger if you must. I prefer squoze, and all the shit came out, and over the next couple of days it carried on oozing and weeping, and then it was fine. This is unprecedented. I've never had this in my life. I don't to have 4 or 5 infected open wounds on each leg, one on my thigh and this on my arm that I've just kind of self-inflicted a little bit. It's not normal. It's not the way things normally are. Whoa, what? Suzanne Missy died? No. Oh, say it ain't so. Smart, yeah, damn smart fridges can tell you what is in the door before opening the, yeah, and can reorder when your order gets low, or when you're low on milk, it puts, who needs that shit? Your fridge needs AI now. It's jumped. I was on your fridge needs AI. Here we go. I was thinking of the method used before modern refrigeration, but you'd be hard-pressed to source blocks of ice. Blocks, yeah, when the Iceman cometh. You used to have the Iceman come round your house and bring blocks of ice. This was very much an American thing. I don't think we had this in Britain. I don't think this was a thing. Because you have like ice picks, and I watched all these detective series when I was a kid. Magnum, and someone was always killed with an ice pick, and I thought an ice pick was like an ice axe. I thought it was a bloody big thing. When you've got your crampons on and you're on the ice field, when you're trying to climb a glacier, whatever the fucking word is, I thought an ice pick was a pick that was for ice. I didn't know it was like an awl or a brad awl. I didn't know that. So they're talking, and it's like, oh, this little tiny wound in the back of his neck, and I'm like, why would it be tiny? What are you talking about? No idea, folks. We didn't. Ice and ice picks and Americans and their fascination with ice in drinks. Just not. If I ask for ice in my drink, I want maybe 2 cubes. I don't want like my pint pot filling with 200 ice cubes and then 3 millimeters of drink. I want a pint of my drink and maybe a couple of ice cubes in the top. If you watch these reaction videos and these culture shock videos when Americans come to Europe, they can't shut the fuck up about ice in their drinks. Honestly, fucking shut up. Really. And no, you don't get a refill. That's not a fucking thing. Pay for each drink. You only get refills because you've only got 2 milliliters of drink in your bucket of ice. So I'm working forward. Smart fridges, AI. Need some iodine in your medical kit. Yes, that's been suggested. Propane powered refrigerators were common before. Yeah, propane powered. You still hear about them. I'm just not sure how long your bottle of propane lasts. Keep food cool, spring and summer. Construct a box, room or ditch. Line the walls with hay and straw and put ice. Yeah. Yeah, America had ice houses, didn't they? That was a thing, and you'd have, it's not a vacuum, but you'd have an extra gap around the side, where every week or so you'd take a block of ice out of the main part and put in the outer part to create a cooler barrier on the outside to protect the main ice store on the inside. From what I understand, I've watched these documentaries, yeah, but you need your own lake and you need it to freeze over in winter. It's not a thing nowadays. I did, like I said, I did evaporative cooling, so-called swamp cooler, where you wet a towel and have a fan blow over it or around it. I did that, but the clothes there took up too much space inside the tent. I did the evaporative cooling outside, wet towel on a rack, put things inside the towel, close it over, keep it in the shade, in as cool an area as you can find, but let the breeze get at it. The towel would dry. The evaporation creates a cooling effect. I did that. I did videos on this way back when I first started the channel. So these are still options. But now I've got a 100-watt solar panel and an EcoFlow River 2. I'm not sure what version, what year, what, you know what I mean? That kind of, I don't have the specific fucking model number or whatever. But it's not like a Pro, it's not a Plus, it's not a bells and whistles. It is what was the cheapest, most basic version 18 months ago when I bought it. With your money. So thank you for that as well, folks. I was looking to buy a tent and I got so many donations. I had people just offering to buy me a tent outright. And in the end, Karen paid half just as a, and I had to fight her to get her to take the other half. She wanted to buy the damn thing outright. I had to fight to pay my half, your half. I don't know how it worded, but I had money left over afterwards, and so I asked you guys: does anybody object? Does anybody feel so bad that it didn't get spent on a tent that they want a refund, or would you object if I bought an EcoFlow? And I educated. Most people didn't know what that was. This whole category of portable power station. Solar generator, call them what you will. A lot of people didn't know initially what I was even talking about. So I educated you guys about what these things were. Some of you went out and bought them. Some of you even went out and bought actual EcoFlows. So EcoFlow, if you're watching, I pimped your product, you know? Should I do the full grift, folks? Should I do the grift? I guess I should. EcoFlow, if you're watching, where are we? I need to take a mental note. 238 and change. I told people about your products, about this category of products. I mentioned some names of your competitors as well. But I am a proponent of your products. I have told other people about them, and other people went out and bought them. Some even sent me money by way of sent me donations by way of commission because they knew you wouldn't. Hint, hint. I'm on the lookout for some kind of cooling setup. Fridge freezer, EcoFlow glacier, however you want to pronounce it, perhaps. That's out of my league. But if you, I am a tramp living in a field, EcoFlow. I'm not a weekend warrior. I'm not going out for 48 hours in the wilds or 24 hours overnight with my EcoFlow. I'm living it, guys. I'm a tramp. I am homeless, a hobo, a vagabond, some would say. What are the other synonyms, guys? Hobo. There's another word, isn't there? Not indolent or not indulgent, not indolent. Oh, I can't remember my own spiel. I'm not doing a good job. It means a person with no money. Ind something. Oh, I'm not doing a good job. Anyway, I can't sell myself, never mind an EcoFlow. But if you're out there, EcoFlow, I can give your gear a proper fucking real world test. Vagrant. Hello, David. Vagrant. Is it? It's not indolent, is it? That means lazy, doesn't it? What's my normal spiel, folks? A tramp, a hobo, indigent. There's a word. It means someone with no money. Indigent. A person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum, someone who lives on the streets, or in my case, in a field. I usually put an F, not an F slur, but the F word in there. So yeah, EcoFlow. If you're still there, if you didn't just fall asleep while I was prattling on, I'm not a weekend warrior. I will give your product a good long-term test in the real world. Does it hold up? Continuous use, 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year or more. I mean, Christ, for £1,000, which is what they cost. I don't want to pay that. I haven't got that. But a product that's rated, I think it was going for 600 or 700 euros the last time I looked. EcoFlow Glacier. For that kind of money, I would expect a good 2 or 3 years usage out of it, even though it's probably not designed for continuous use. But I'm here, guys. I'm here in a field, off grid. This is your thing. These are your keywords. Off grid. Yeah. I can test your products and give them a proper product review. We can do the unboxing. We can do the 1 day in, the 1 week in. We can do a month review. We can do a long-term review after 3 months, after 6 months, after a year. How does it stand up to real life? EcoFlow. Give me a call. Let's talk. I'm not the biggest influencer on the planet. I never will be. I'm a fucking tramp living in a field. But you could point some people my way when I do the review, the unboxing, the reviews, the whatever. Give a guy a go. You know you want to. Talk to a tramp. Get in touch. All right. Here end of the grift. Let me go back to my guys that are here now. You should get a tetanus injection. Yeah. I never liked needles, and my butt cheeks don't like needles. Do you know, my last tetanus injection was probably 1989, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's jumped back again. Propane power refrigerators were common. Yeah, I remember. I read that already. Similar in Scandinavia with the ice box, ice room. Yeah. Vagrant. That was one word, David. Vagrant was indeed one of the words. Thomas says, where I'm from, we used to have a winter festival that included an ice castle with blocks cut from the lake. Haven't had it happen in 10 years due to low ice. Is this a global warming comment? Oh, stop jumping. It hasn't jumped. Here we go. Oh no, that's about the box and the straw and the ice. Shipped. Here we go. That was the pressed to source blocks of ice anyway. Yeah. Get a tetanus. Not a bad idea. I'm not arguing. I just don't have access to doctors and things. Need some iodine. Yeah, this is possibly true. Karen mentioned iodine. I don't know what order these are in because it keeps jumping on me. There's your winter festival. Do you light a fire in winter? Asks David. No. I do hot water bottles. I have a gas stove here, a gas ring, and a gas bottle, propane gas, that I'm lucky that my friend Karen and family, Karen and husband, have replaced my gas bottle twice in the last year. I hoped to get a whole year out of a bottle, but we didn't get what we got about halfway through. But they got me a new bottle. €20 to 22, I think it's gone up to refill. Boil some water, put them into. She actually bought me a hot water bottle for my birthday, not last year, the year before. But I also fill 2 litre pop bottles with hot water. Put a little bit of cold water in the bottom, and then she got me a funnel to make it easier to put. Initially I constructed a funnel myself. You like this? I had to take 2 lids from pop bottles, from 2 litre pop bottles. I had to take 2 lids, glue them together, punch a hole through them, and then use the top third of a second pop bottle. So you can screw the lid on to one pop bottle, and you've got the other lid and that shape, the funnel shape, and then you could pour hot water in. But over time, the glue kept coming undone because of the hot water. It was very precarious trying to hold the 2 halves together and pouring scalding hot water through the middle. But sometimes you've got to do what you got to do. So I reinvented the hot water bottle with two pop bottles full of boiling hot water, put inside a cushion cover. I haven't seen the cushion cover in a while. I don't know if that's still kicking around in the tent or not. That's an interesting question. Come winter, I'll need a bag or something to put the hot water bottles into. Otherwise they're too hot. Then put those in bed, and you make do. You adapt. You improvise is the word, isn't it? Improvise. Yeah. You make a fire. You missed that again. You should get a tetanus injection. No, I saw you say that I should get one. I saw that, Keith. I just don't have access to that kind of medical care. Trivial stuff like tetanus injections. Also, hospitals. How do I get there? Do you know where the fucking hospital or the medical centre are? They're kilometres that way. There's me and a disabled dog, and my legs are naked, so I can't walk. The human body will kick in and do its thing. The immune system and the repair systems should just kick in and do their stuff. Karen is indeed a saint. This is true. Karen's also not in the country at the minute. Yeah. I always have a twinge of regret's not the right word. When Karen and co leave the country, I have that little lost and lonely feeling that if something goes really wrong, I've got limited options for who's here to help. I mean, you look back, folks, this week was the anniversary of my first ever live stream, and that's when I met Karen. Literally, she was the second or third person to type, or at least she's the second or third person whose comments still remain. Some people in chat unsubscribe or whatever, and YouTube remove their comments, they disappear. But she's the second or third person. When you watch it back now, she's there, second or third person. Then there's a big gap of like an hour and a half, and she says nothing. And then she says, "Oh, I'm a hairdresser. I can come and cut your hair." And she did the next day or the day after. I don't remember the specific. I think the next day. I think it literally was, but I could be misremembering. And she's been so much help ever since. The haircuts, the water, just water, food and drink, and drink. They've been great with the grog as well. She buys cigarettes for her mum, and the cigarettes come with a miniature bottle of vodka on the end, and they don't drink vodka. I know someone who does. This redness, folks, it's not all sunburn. It is, but you know what I mean. Can I just have a quick look at something here, because oh, skull, my friend, skull, tombstone. Yeah, I've only just got that when you've just mentioned it now, when you've put it all together. I don't think I got it. You were Tom B. Stone. I didn't get the aggregation into one word. Thank you. I'll go with Thomas. I've got various other names I could use for you, but thank you. It looks like we're putting it towards a fridge fund. That's what it looks like. Now, we can comment on the ridiculousness. I mean, I've got chest of drawers, I've got an armchair, I've got a carpet. We can comment on the ridiculousness of the tramp. You know, if I get a fridge. I laugh myself. When the Red Cross finally discovered me and ran away because they thought I was camping rather than surviving, because I saw the solar panel in the cool box outside. But the cool box hasn't worked this year. Not well. I mean, physically, it switches on, it powers up, it takes power. It just doesn't cool because of the insectiness in the inner workings. I might still try and rinse it through with water. But yeah, vagabond, derelict. Let's come up with some others. Vagabond. Vagabond, they have the word in Spanish. It has much more negative connotations, I think, than in English. I don't think it's got too bad a connotation in English. Here it means kind of criminal. It means it's got the homeless thing, but it's a criminal homeless. It's a bad person. I don't think it quite has that. I don't think it quite has that connotation. Oh, here we go. Do you get lonely? You seem quite content in a strange way. Oh, that's a good question. Do I get lonely? Yeah, I think so. I have at times. Lonely, even desperate. There's a word to do with self-deletion that you can't really say on YouTube. Suicidal is the word I'm thinking of. I'm going to say it anyway, because I won't have my fucking speech be policed. I said the N-word on here just because I can, and it's not a word I use, but I'm not having my speech be policed. Suicidal once upon a time. For a very short period, a few hours one day, I seriously considered my options. Lonely though, lonely. I've always been quite content within my own skull. But to do that, I need... I used the word earlier, I can't remember it. Input. It's a word. It means like sensation. What's the word I'm looking for? Can't remember. I'm gonna move on because I'm not gonna stand there for 5 minutes trying to remember a word. I need stimulation. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you to anybody who tried to get there but didn't beat me to it. Stimulation. So I went for 5 months with nothing. After all of my devices were ruined when this field flooded on my first night in the field. I had 5 months of desolation. Oh man, that was torrid. That was awful. I can be okay in my own head with stimulation, with a radio or YouTube videos. I can sit here and not talk to anybody all day, every day. Talk to no one. I got a dog, you know. I got my Tina girl, star of the show, really. But hey, babe, you're there. You're awake. I thought you were sleeping. Oh, you're facing the wrong. Okay, I'm stroking this end, thinking this is the head. No, never is. I wake up in the night with her ass end in my face. It's so often in the dark, stroking away. Oh, I've got the wrong end. She loves to put her head down by my feet. I don't know why, but it leaves me with the rump. I got my dog. I went weeks during COVID. The latter, I lived I shared an apartment with another bloke, but then I moved out in the August of 2020, and I was in my own apartment. I would go weeks without talking to anybody else. Maybe a nod or a wave while walking the dog, but that was the extent of it. So loneliness, yes and no. Once two ladies put together, ladies Anita and Tina, put together and got me a phone at one point. They'd been bumping into me regularly, and then they were leaving for 3, 4, 5 months through summer. They left in late spring and they came back September, October. They bought me a phone, folks, and that reconnected me with the world. They bought me a phone. They put a month or two's worth of internet. I think they put 1 month on the phone they paid for the SIM card as well as the phone, put a month on, and gave me money for the next 2 or 3 months. And basically, it's shortly after that this channel started. Put me back in touch with the world, with news, with everything that was happening. Gave me entertainment, gave me my head back. Really, honestly, gave me my head back. Up to that point, when it went dark, that was it. That was the end of the day. I didn't have lights. I didn't have a watch. I didn't have time. I didn't have a clock. I had no timepiece. Through the day, I went and sat on chairs on the cliff tops and tried to find newspapers that I could read and that I could do the puzzles, which I talked earlier about Sudoku and similar puzzles, logic puzzles in particular. But as soon as it got dark, and in winter you're talking about 6 o'clock, 6:30, it gets dark. It doesn't get light until almost 8. That's a long time to lay in a field, looking up at the sky. I didn't have any kind of coverage. I didn't have a tent or a shelter at this point, the first 2 or 3 months. lonely isn't the word. I was going crazy. I was going out. I was off my. Yeah, I'm not going to say anymore. And then they bought me the phone. I'd built myself a shelter in the interim. I built a bed first, and then built a shelter around the bed, and I built up from there. I became more visible to people because I'd got a shelter. When I was on the floor down low, some of the people here were driving past and didn't even know I was here. But I built a bed and became visible, and then I built a shelter around the bed, and then the shelter split, and some people brought me a new tarpaulin, and 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 I got the phone and a radio and lights. I knew what time of day it was. I could see things at night. I could carry on reading a book or doing the puzzle books at night. It's built from there, guys. Started the YouTube channel, and apparently I can talk. The quiet, shy guy that wouldn't have said boo to a goose, that avoided photographs for 30 or 40 years of his life. He's now putting himself out there on YouTube and talking to the world about the difficulties of being a fucking tramp living in a field. About the difficulties of having a disabled dog who had the shit kicked out of her by the police, and now her back legs don't work. Just discussing, like at the minute, how the scratches and scrapes, mainly from walking with the dog alongside me and these prickly bushes and things in the field as we try and get out of the field and go walk on the road, all the scratches and scrapes and lumps and bumps that have all suddenly just all become infected. Talking about the difficulties, the travails of being homeless in a foreign country, trapped by circumstance because your bank doesn't believe that you're you. In order to protect you and your money, they've decided to close your bank account and not let you have your money. Bastards. 3 years, folks. On October the 10th, coincidentally, my wife's birthday, my ex's birthday. But October the 10th will be 3 years actually in this field. August 14th was 3 years homeless. Spent almost 2 months in the park up the road there. The other day was 2 years since my first live stream. May the 30th or something like that was 3 years since I started the YouTube channel. The channel's older, but I didn't upload until the end of May, early June, whenever it was that we had 10 days of thunder and lightning, and I was in a tarpaulin that was falling up, under a tarpaulin that was falling apart. Simon, thank you for that first tent. And Damien, thank you for all your help and the camp stove and all the other bits and pieces. Thank you both. There's 2 other guys, Anita and Tina for the first phone, Karen for so much more afterwards, and lots and lots and lots of other people. Yeah, I can't list everybody. Tom, Anthony, the people who come here in the field and bring me things. The lady down the road that I nickname Morticia, after the Addams family. She'd kill me if she knew. Everybody. I owe so much to so many people. But to go back to the question, do you get lonely? Yeah. Now at the moment, there's another English guy in the field with me, a guy called Joby. So I've got some company. There's some question as to how long he's going to stay because it's not working out for him. He busks. He plays his guitar to solicit donations, I guess you would say. At the moment, he's of the opinion that everybody's a bunch of ignorant sorts. I got to say, if you've watched me sit here and you've seen me waving at people and I'm waiting for them to wave back, it's fewer and fewer that even wave or say hello. Fewer and fewer. It does feel like there's a growing level of ignorance. People who will look right at me, stare right at me, and then as soon as I put a hand up, look away. Don't let the tramp see us. Don't acknowledge him. Family of 4 yesterday walked past in both directions. Would not wave or acknowledge or respond to hola. It does. I kind of concur with him that there is a growing apathy or ignorance. People who look right at you, but as they walk past, stare at the ground or look the other way. That offends my sensibilities. I like it when people's eyes meet, you wave and they instinctively wave back. It's a hail, fellow traveller, well met. I've got no weapon in this hand, you've got no weapon in your... I mean you no harm, you mean me no harm, we're all good. That's kind of what it means. It's what a wave is. Open hand, no weapon. Someone who stares right at you. And then as soon as you acknowledge, look away. Why are they not, hail fellow traveller, well met? Why are they not? Why is there no well met? Why? What are you frightened of, or what are you hiding? What are you doing different? What are you doing wrong? There's something wrong with you. What are you doing? Now this is mainly a man thing. So I do notice less than 50% of women will acknowledge a wave, and I can understand why. But when there's a male present and he averts his gaze, looks away, even though he was just staring right at you, I dislike that. Now, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't force you to wave at me and acknowledge me. But what you got to lose? What do you think's going to happen? How worse off do you think your life's going to be if you just give a quick a nod and a wave, or a nod or a wave? It could be just a nod. It doesn't take much. How much worse off is your life if you do that? I don't get it. I don't understand these people. And like my friend Joby says, I don't know if this is a Torrevieja thing. I don't know if it's because there's a certain influx of a certain group or groups. See, there's a lot of Russians and Ukrainians. Oh, excuse me. That was a burp that I suppressed and shouldn't have. There's a lot of Russians and Ukrainians in Torrevieja. I don't know. What do they... Is it just a cultural thing, maybe? A wave or a nod doesn't mean the same? I don't know. But there's a coldness to someone who looks right at you. You see them and you wave and they just look away, avert their gaze. That's cold. That's harsh. That's rude. Ignorant, even. Don't do that. Just give a nod, give a wave. A couple of tramps, a couple of homeless guys sat in a field. We're not druggies, we're not alkies, we're not psychotic. We're just a wave. Not alkies. Maybe I can talk, but I've got to lubricate the throat while I do it, folks. Here's to Karen, said Frank. Absolutely. There was Tom. There was Tombstone with his skull. Ice sculptures, yeah. Okay, vagabond, derelict. Hold on. There was the do you get lonely? That was David's question. Hello, David. You seem quite content in a strange way. I am, on the whole, I was always, like, even as a teenager, I was happy in my own head. I spent a lot of time alone on a computer. I got into computer programming very early 80s. I'm going to say 82, maybe 83. Oh, well, before that, line 10 print, it wasn't Delta Mike, but it was my real name. Delta Mike is cool. Line 20, go to 10, and you could fill a screen. And if you put a comma or a semicolon at the end of the line, it had a different effect. It would put them next to each other rather than just once per line. Can't remember the specifics of BASIC, except beginners all-purpose. Hold on. Beginners all-purpose symbolic instruction code, wasn't it? BASIC, the basic language. Beginners all-purpose symbolic instruction code. Very much a backronym. Somebody dreamt up the word and then they dreamt up the acronym and then they had to find the letters and words to make it work. Very much a backronym, which wasn't a term at the time. That's a more modern term, I feel. Like SHIELD in the comic books. Strategic Homeland something logistic something. Don't know. Okay, do you get lonely? This one's for all the neighbourhood bums, all my brothers in the gutter and the slums, in every city, no matter where you're from. There we go. For all my boy's sake noise if you're a bum. Boy's sake might not be the right. 5 months of being disconnected is tough. It was very, very rough. I was lucky that I met the two ladies, Anita and Tina, and Tina's husband, Eddie. So 3 of them would come walking past most. When I was sat on when I was sat on the benches at the top of the cliffs, they started talking to me. There was a couple of other people who spoke to me, a Norwegian guy with a German name. Nope, I do know it. Guys, German comedian in Britain jokes about the war, like don't mention the war kind of thing. Henning, fuck, he's Henning Menkel or something like that. This guy, Henning and his wife. Her name's something like Barbara, but not. It's got Y's at the beginning. It's a very Norwegian name. That Barbara. I joked at one point it was like Ibargum, but it's I could never get anywhere near. Ibarra. I don't fucking knows. I'm told it's very Norwegian and nobody outside Norway can pronounce it, say it. So I didn't try. But Henning stopped by here a few months ago in the field here. He came by again. But the people like this that would say hello and that would maybe give me 50 cents or €1 out of their pocket. I remember one occasion a girl offered me €10 and I, out of some kind of stupid pride, turned it down. Which left us both in a funny position. I'd turned down money that I very much could have done with, and I made her think that she'd misunderstood. She thought I was homeless, and I'd made it look like I wasn't by turning down the money. I was homeless. I could have done with the money. I should have taken the money. Stupid pride. And then she's all embarrassed, thinking that she's just offered like a scruffy bloke money that's not actually homeless. But I was. I learnt to stop saying no to people. Even if they came to the field and brought me something I didn't want or didn't need, they got offended if I said no. Somebody brought me like a pink quilt, like a pink blanket, kid's blanket, and I said no. What's going on here? Someone just brought a bike halfway down the road and stopped. There's a light on, but they're not moving, but something's moving. Hey, Tina. Tina girl, come on back. Tina. Alert. Come on, bugger lugs. You bark all day long at anything that moves on this fucking road. Now we've got someone disappears halfway down the road. I hope they're not in my tent. Hold on, folks. I might have to go and hit somebody. Where are you? Where's my dog? Why are you not doing the thing? I don't know what's going on. I've blinded myself now with the light. Did you hear that they came down the road, brakes squeaking all the way, and then it stopped? Maybe they've stopped for a pee or a poo in the bush or something? I don't think they got far enough down to be in my tent. My door is open on this side though. So I'm a little bit... What do you think? What do I do? I hope I don't have to go and hit somebody. Why would you come halfway down a dirt track and stop? On a squeaky bike or scooter, maybe? Well, they haven't left, so they're still here, wherever they are. I don't know, folks. What do you think? What do I do? Frank had moments he felt so alone that he wished it would end. It just come. Oh, it jumped. Sorry, mate. Hold on. It didn't jump far. Oh no, it did. Physical, mentally. It's jumping. Sorry, it's jumping. You're a survivor, tough both physical and mentally. I agree with the women not wanting to engage. Yeah, women who walk. Yeah, women who don't wave back. I understand that entirely. But a man should. A man should acknowledge. There's movement. If you remember me telling you about the Russian guy that was that was nearby a while ago, that didn't end well. I had to encourage him to be on his way one night. Yeah. He walked along right behind my tent into the field and stood there for no real reason. He'd come and got his coffee pot already. And then he wanted to walk through the camp for no reason. And I indicated no. No. That away. You're not just walking through the middle of my shit. Just no. Taking the piss. You just walked from the road next to my tent for no good fucking reason. Like, it's not a path. He walked like through a hedge and within touching distance of my tent. and then stood in the free and for no discernible reason. He'd already collected his belongings. He had a coffee pot here, a stovetop espresso maker, I think it is. It's kind of got an octagonal base, sits on top, water in the bottom, goes up through a funnel, through the coffee, and percolates at the top or whatever, condenses at the top. So he'd got his things. He was kind of going, but then he just cut right through next to my tent, through a bush. No. It's like if I walked through your garden and touched your house while walking past. I mean, it's just like, why? And then he wanted to walk basically down my garden path and out. And I'm like, mate, that way now, fuck off. You're not walking right down here and through and past all my belongings. Just, no, go. Some people still concerned. Whatever this squeaky bike or whatever it was hasn't gone. So there's somebody in the bushes over there. For whatever reason. I assume someone's taking a dump, but I don't know. I guess it happens to the best of us. You get caught sometime. Get caught short sometime. Maybe. I don't know, folks. Yeah, if someone's walking through your backyard for no reason. Yeah. Now, I can't claim ownership of the field. Are there any charities like the SVDP in Torrevieja? I've got no idea what the SVDP would be. No charities have contacted me. I haven't contacted charities. Yeah, Frank, I'd give a nod to even my worst enemy. It's. I mean, it's definitely a guy thing, much more than ladies. Now, some women do, but I don't know how I've missed some of these comments. Yeah, one of the things that gets you through when you're feeling really, really down, Frank, one of the things that gets you through is that the next day might be a good one. You might sit and see a good sunrise or sunset, or sit by, I know you live by a lake, sitting in nature, under trees in a park, next to a lake with water rippling away. There are all these things that ground us and that are incredibly tranquil and peaceful. Even when your mind's not, these things can ground us and can make and suddenly you think, I'm glad I'm here today. I'm glad I got this far and didn't do the other thing. Yeah. And I know you've had a hard life, Frank. I know you've been through things. I don't want to spill the beans too much, but I think some of the people here know already. My friend there, Frank Nadobody, I don't know how to say that, but he lost his wife recently, and I don't know how I've got no idea how you carry on after that. I mean, mine left me. That was traumatic enough, but the whole death thing, and yeah, I don't know, mate. I recenter our energy, keep us all here. Yeah. St. Vincent de Paul, that's the SVDP. I've got no idea who, what, when, where that is. Obviously, the St. You know. Yeah. I don't know about charities in Torrevieja. No charities have found me. Well, the Red Cross found me. They took one look at my solar panel and decided I'm camping rather than being homeless. Turned around and kind of left. They did. They asked me if I wanted a hot drink or if I needed a hot meal, and I laughed at them because I'd made hot coffee, filled my hot water bottles, and I'd got a hot pan of food inside the tent waiting because gas bottle and gas burner. Tina, what was all that about? All right, babe. Hey, when I wanted you to investigate the person on the road, I still don't get it, folks. I still don't know how someone came halfway down the road with all squeakiness and nothing since. Unless they had one of those, you know, those electric fucking mobile scooter things. Those electric. Unless they brought one down here and abandoned it and fucked off. My guess is that somebody's still just squatting in a bush. I'm not really happy at the situation. But I'm not intrigued enough or offended enough to go off and like look for trouble and go challenging people. The door on my tent is zipped like 3/4 of the way down because it won't zip fully because it's broken. Actually, the proper real outer door would go at the bottom, but it's summer, so it's just the mosquito net. So anyone trying to get into the tent that side would have to kind of crawl in on their hands and knees. They'd probably be apparent. They'd probably be... I'd tell they were there, maybe. Go check on the tent. Maybe I should, but I'm... When you're confident they're not pillaging, we'll be here. As long as they don't come a-raping. I maybe will have a quick look, see what's what. But I can take you with me. I can turn the camera the other way and put the light on, the torch on, and see what's going on up the road. If you don't mind. Tina, stay here. Tina, stay here. I'm gonna turn it that way and... Oh, it's not scrolling. What are you doing there? No, I don't want to highlight saved shit. No. Don't want to retouch. Scroll, you fucker. It's not scrolling. There's a light. There. Lightning. There we go. The thunderbolt option. Give us a second. I'm gonna... Here's Tina. Oh, you're right up against the chair, darling. I need to get out. Just careful. Oh, fuck. Slipped right from under me. I'm gonna go. Oh, so I just come around the other side of the bush. Here's the tent. Look, I don't think there's nobody in there. There's nobody in there that shouldn't be. There's nothing wrong there. What was this fucking squeaking that came down the road? What's this about? They definitely came halfway down the bloody road, squeaking away. And it's not here, is it? It hasn't come this far. Or it went again, but without squeaking. Why did it squeak all the way in, but not out? That's weird. Don't know, folks. I don't get it. I'm not going to go much further. I don't need to. There's nothing here untoward that I can see. That's bizarre. Oh, I've got a car coming out. I gotta go back and get out of the way. Hold on. If I turn it around to me, you can't see a thing, no? No. That's not going to work. And now I'm not going to be able to put the camera back on. and I'm walking off the road by accident. Ah! Hold on, folks. I've got to get off the road. I've got a car coming at me. Here we go. I'm going to step off. See if I can put my light back on. No, I got a second car as well. Hold on. I can't even find, I don't even know which way around the camera's facing. I can't find the lightning symbol to turn the, that's me, isn't it? So that's the other, so that's that, and so there's lightning, and now I can see, now I've got a fucking clue. Ah, I've gone too far. I've gone past. Let me get off the road and let the car go past. Oh! Let me get off the road and let the car go past. Here we go. I gotta go back. I gotta go back to me. I'm over there, look. Here's my path in. Here's my fucking path in. I don't know, folks. High drama. Are you still there, doggy? Doggy's still there. Hey, Tina girl. Tina girl. Okay, folks. Oh, let me get sat back down. Let me check the beer. Got to get your priorities right, haven't you? Here we go. That was more interesting than I expected. I didn't expect there to be a convoy of cars leaving at where are we? 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. Doppler effect, maybe. You think the noise? You don't think it was actually coming down the road? But it sounded like it. But it's possible it was just squeaking at the top of the road, because there was another squeaking just as I got up there, but I don't know. That's weird. Hello, baby. Where am I for time? I know I'm on 3.5 hours on the 2 o'clock in the morning. And hold on. Yeah, hold on. No, that's not gonna work. Oh, I was just looking at my alerts. There was one from Karen that I'd not seen, I don't think. Oi. Okay. I'm here. Itchy nose. I don't know why. There's something in this field. There's some kind of pollen or something that I've never been a hay fever guy. But I have had an itchy nose a lot this summer. And I don't know what it is. There is a video about a year ago where I started sneezing. Would it be a year ago? Maybe a little bit more. I think Joby was here, so maybe 18 months ago, where I started sneezing and couldn't stop. Don't know. I don't remember, folks. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't know how much. I don't know how much longer we're going to go on. Ford Fiesta. Do you have Ford Fiestas in America? I thought that was just a British or European car. Can you hear Tina drinking her water? I'm back anyway, folks. I'm back from whatever that was or wasn't. It's bizarre that it absolutely sounded like it came down the road, and then it stopped, and then nothing, and there's no one there. And then I heard some squeaking at the top of the road, which might have been the same thing. I don't know. Let me select live chat. Make sure that everybody should select live chat. If you leave YouTube to its default behavior, it selects a thing called top chat, and about 1/3 or 1/4 of chats don't don't show up. It's quite annoying. My nerves will be shot in that field, and I've been to Torrevieja several times. You're one cool dude, Mike, said David. No, I'm not really. You kind of adapt. My first few nights homeless, I was a fucking wreck. Oh, and I was in a park where 2 o'clock in the morning, the sprinklers came on. Yeah, I had a rude awakening that night. That first 2 months, I had to sleep in 3 different spots at different times of the night. So you start off in one spot, and the sprinklers come on in the top field, and then when the sprinklers are about to come on in the part you're in, gather all your possessions and move down to a different spot. It took me a day or to find a spot where the sprinklers didn't impinge too much. There was a broken sprinkler that just bubbled, and so I could sleep the rest of the night next to the bush there, because it didn't spray. It just got wet just where the sprinkler was. It didn't throw it out there. And then after a while, the groundskeeper kind of people came around and repaired the bloody thing. It was an interesting couple of months, and I lost so much weight. Down from 100 kilograms. Somebody looked this up for me. I did look it up once. It's 15 or 16 stone. Obviously it's 220 pounds, but you got to divide that by 14 to get your stones. 214, it's going to be 14, isn't it? Because 14, it's like root 2. 1.4 times 1.4, 14 times 14 is 196. Yeah, so okay, I was 14 stone and a bit. Maths, folks, maths, who knew? Tramp, mathematical prodigy. Because 14 is like 1.4, which 1.41 is root 2, square root of 2. So it's just the same thing, but off by a factor of 10. Shut up. Fuck. Sometimes I impress myself. I don't know how or why. A bit of impromptu mathematics at 2 o'clock on a Saturday morning in Spain with a tramp, because why not? Try it yourselves, folks. Multiply 1.41 by 1.41 and tell me that you get something very close to 2. I don't know. Let me scroll. They say allergies can develop later in life. Yeah, well, your body replaces its, most parts of your body are replaced every 7 years. So you can end up with an entirely different set of cells that are entirely, they're not programmed entirely different, but your epigenetics and some of the other things that happen. And if you're in a different locale, yeah, anything can happen. Scrolling. You had Fiestas until 2018, okay. I wonder if it's the same as the European Fiesta, which we had way back in the 80s, wasn't it? We had Escorts and Fiestas. I'm gonna give you a tie back to an earlier conversation, folks. Porn magazine names. Escort and Fiesta were right up there, weren't they? Ford, I don't know why it was all the Ford cars. Well, it wasn't all the Ford cars or only the Ford cars. I'm Escort and Fiesta very much for young men of a certain age at a certain time. Yeah. I'm gonna scroll. I don't. Yeah. Okay. You're a couple of you are talking about. I think it's Tom and David are talking about needing peace to sleep and couldn't sleep in a field. Torrevieja is amazingly crime-free. Really, I haven't had a single. It's not true. So I haven't had a single incident in this field. My only incidents in this field really have been the gays. Strange men coming up to the tent wanting sex. And I'm just not, well, I'm not that way, you know. It's not that, when I say I'm not that way inclined, I don't mean I don't want sex. You know what I mean? If some beautiful young lady came a knocking, but I'm not gay. So when guys come up, sexo, fuck off. That can be a little bit frightening. I haven't, would you say I've been frightened? I was frightened enough to kick a guy and punch a guy in the back of the head and invite him to go away. I don't know if frightened is the right word. I'm confident in my own physicality. I can invite people to leave angrily, physically, bordering on violently. But some strange man at your door wanting sex, what if he was the violent one? That's, but it's never had anything get out of hand. Makes you think though, makes you think. But in terms of feeling safe, my only threat really has been the police. My only trouble has been the police. That first year when they were here like every bloody second week. But it's right up until, was it April last year? April or May? And then they left me alone for a year. And then we got a new batch. And in May or so of this year, I started getting regular visits again. Stopped again now. They seem to have got the message. Private land, none of your business. You can't do jack unless the landowner complains. The fact that they've tried finding the landowner annoys me. That's trying to solicit a trespass. That's wrong. But they failed. Apparently, whoever the owner is, or whoever the owner on record is uncontactable and maybe doesn't exist. You know, maybe isn't alive anymore. Who knows? So nobody, without what they call a denuncia, which is Spanish for a report, a denouncement. I guess we have denounce in English, but they use it to mean like a legal report, a police report. Unless the owner files a police report, I'm none of their business. They shouldn't even step off the road into the field, technically. When they come demanding out, you see, one of my recent convictions with them was for not giving ID when demanded. Turns out That's an in public thing, and I'm not in public. That shouldn't have stood. One day it won't stand. I'll challenge it at some point down the line when I'm in a position to. That was the mayor wanting to help me by sending his welfare man. You don't need charities when you've got the local council, the ayuntamiento, the junta, sending around their welfare man to cost you €450 and have you arrested for a couple of days. Oops. There we go. Anyway, onwards. Let me catch up with... Frank's been sleeping in his Hilux, aka Tacoma. Still don't know what that means. Hilux, also known as Tacoma, and was constantly worried about cops. You're talking about in a van? Are we doing van life? Whoa! I almost removed or reported Frank. That's not... No. Let me scroll. I'm back to Doppler effect maybe, and now it's jumped forwards, I think, so I've missed something. Here we go. Allergy. Okay, there was the allergist comment. Okay, I'm back to Frank and his Hilux, aka Tacoma. Constantly worried about cops showing up back when I was homeless, but still had a car and a job, just nowhere to live. Yeah. I remember all the prostitutes hanging around the Park of Nations near Carrefour many years ago. Yeah, I mean, I don't think prostitutes and roundabouts was a thing for a while. I haven't seen that in forever, but maybe that's because I'm not... I guess you got to be going out of town to be going past those. When I used to walk most days to... Somebody tell me where I used to walk to. 12 kilometers north of here. Guadamar. I used to walk to Guadamar a lot. And there was a lady at the roundabout there. Very pretty lady. A little bit over-tanned because she spent a lot of time sitting in an armchair at the roundabout. But very pretty lady. Nice as well, but she was frightened of Tina. It's a while back now, though, isn't it? We were going there accidentally. I was breaking COVID rules. I didn't know. If you remember when we were restricted these little health districts, and here where I am is where I was one. Then you had another. Then you had another, and then you had Guadamar. I was walking out of my district through two others, and into the third, without knowing it. And because I was just a guy out with his dog, nobody ever stopped me and said anything. They were stopping cars at the roundabouts and things to make sure they weren't leaving the health districts. It was just a guy and his dog. What are you going to do? And I was walking 12 kilometers that way. Then I was walking around Guadamar all day, and then I was walking back. And I did that 4 or 5 times a week. Yeah. A lot of walking. A pickup truck, okay. I see some of you guys use the word van differently. The word van has different meanings in different places. Okay, old tombstone there. I ate at a Greek restaurant, and right lip and cheek and eye went numb for a day. Having your eye go numb, that's a thing. Prostitutes Park of Nations, yeah, that was Frank and his you're one cool dude, Mike. I don't Don't be building me up into some kind of fucking hero or something. I'm a dick who's made mistakes and has ended up in a field. You know what I mean? It's I done things wrong. Didn't do the right paperwork after arriving in Spain. I can explain why I didn't, but I didn't do the right paperwork. I mean, yeah, my own bank doing the dirty on me during COVID and what have you is the biggest thing. But I did have a legal thing hanging over me at the same time, and this is the one with the copper who says that I bruised his fucking. It's preposterous that my punch could have bruised his chest through a bulletproof vest. He's just. Hanging over me for 5 years, can't leave the country. Not because there's like, not because they took my passport away, but because I never know when they never tell me when they keep resetting the court date, and then not telling me when the date is, so I miss the court date. So there's always like a 50-50 chance that there's like a bench warrant out for me not attending court. It's always and the times I've tried it went wrong, and they arrested me. They bring me back. Well, they didn't bring me back. They dumped me in Elche. I didn't know I didn't know what fucking city I was in. I didn't know where I was. Yeah, you can leave now. Okay. How do I get out of the building? What floor am I on? Where are we? What year is this? Who's the president? And then I get outside and I still don't know where the fuck I am. I have to turn around and read from above the door that I'm in Elche. What are you going to do? I didn't have a cent on me. I had £10 in English in the new plastic money that I'd never seen before. So I had an English £10 note, but I didn't have a penny of European, Spanish, whatever you want to call it. Didn't have a single cent. I'm in a strange town. Nobody even told me what town. They just go. Okay, go where? Go how? Go when? Go why? Go. Thankfully, my friend Ismo, that was in chat at the beginning of the stream, was able to help another friend get here. She had a car. He was better equipped, better placed to be driving distances than she was, and they came and got me. You get to the airport, you get arrested, and then they drop you off in a totally different city. You're at Alicante Airport when you get arrested, but they let you go from the depths from the basement, from the dungeon depths of another building in a town that you've never been to. And they don't even tell you what town you're in. Fuck. What? My only problems in Spain, realistically, my only worry, my only fear ever was the police. The Guardia Civil have a terrible reputation for wanting to go hands-on, for instigating violence. I had it my very first time that they told me I couldn't stay here. As soon as they knew I was here, you, by tomorrow, be gone, or else. And he was giving it the physical confrontation or else. And when I asked him, and your name, so that I can tell my solicitor who we're going to prosecute, I laid it on thick. I didn't have a lawyer, but I tried demanding his. They don't identify. It's not like they give you a name and a badge number, a collar number, shoulder number, any of the above, shield number, none of that. When I said, "Who are you?" he just hit the car and said, "Guardia Civil." That's it. That's all they'll give. I can picture him now. I could, if I could draw, I could almost draw him, and the other guy. This guy was about 5'8", with tight dark curly hair, and the other guy was taller, older, with silver grey hair. They were almost like little and large, but not fat, because all the cops over here are like squaddies. They're all lean and mean. They're not donut. They're not the donut crew. But I guess the first guy that ever threatened me, the first cop that threatened me, they'd object to being called cops because we're not police, we're Guardia Civil. Right? You got a uniform on, your car's got blue flashing lights, and you enforce the law. What do you call that? It's a fucking copper, isn't it? I mean, let's not fucking mess about. Oh, not police. Yeah, whatever. All this Policia Local, Guardia Civil, Policia National. We don't have any of this crap in Britain. We have the police, and that's it. Guardia sees themselves as a cut above. Yeah. And in some ways, I mean, they're used to police the police, to ensure they're doing what they're used to police the police, to ensure they're doing what they're meant to do, to not be corrupt. There is a hierarchy, but the national police are like the SAS. These guys wear fucking balaclavas and machine guns at roadblocks and stuff. I know which I'm more afraid of. And it's not the guys driving around in a car using their blue lights to jump the traffic lights. It's the guys with the machine guns and the balaclavas. I mean, that's much more fucking frightening. The Policia Nacional also handle all the forms and documents when you want your NIE and residencia and all that shit. Also at the airport, border control type stuff to some degree. So this, I guess some of them are just paper pushers, but when you see them at a traffic control point with the balaclavas and the machine guns, that's much more frightening than the Guardia Civil, who frankly are a bunch of pussies because they've refused my offer. Pick your champion. Pick your champion, and I will meet him in a boxing ring for charity. No takers. Pussies, a lot of them. I said it to the ones arresting me. I said it in the police station or the Guardia Civil station, I guess you're going to say. I said it in the courthouse. I was loud and proud in making the fucking offer. No takers. Or one of them weaseled out of it by saying that would be unprofessional. I'm saying, no, it's a sporting contest for charity. It's mutual combat with rules, boxing ring. You know. Pussies. In my not so humble opinion. They're big and brave when they've got the truncheons, batons, whatever you want to call them, tasers, actual firearms. So what we got? We got batons, tasers, gas, whatever the CS gas or equivalent is that they use out here, pepper spray, whatever you want to call it. I've lost track. Let's start with least lethal. The gas, the pepper spray, whatever that is. The taser. No, I've missed the baton, haven't I? Baton, pepper spray, taser, sidearm, actual firearm. I've missed something. I'm sure I've just missed something. I'm sure there's more than that. Plus, they've got bulletproof vests. Plus, they walk around and drive around in twos. They're frightened of little old me. Pussies. Apologies to the ladies for using female genitalia as a word for something soft and squishy. I told you, I will not have my speech be policed. Four hours. Nobody told me 4 hours was coming up. We're still going, okay. The news is still fixated on Charlie Kirk. Okay. Fixated is the wrong word. It was an important story, I guess. But the one the day before about the Ukrainian girl on the subway in, is the town called Charlotte or Charlottesville? City, I guess, maybe, because it had a metro system. I'm guessing that must make it a city. I think the town was just called Charlotte. The world's a scary place, folks, with nasty people who will do nasty things if you stick your head above the parapet too much. Having said that, I was just saying how safe I've always felt in Torrevieja. So it's just an interesting contrast. Now, that place, Torre Pacio, was it? A couple of weeks ago. That's about an hour south of here. Pacheco, Torre Pacheco, maybe? I'd never heard of it until it was in the news with the locals rioting against the what are we allowed to say? Influx. Migrants. So I've got to be careful what I say because I'm an illegal immigrant myself now. Careful, careful. Softly, softly. But yeah, that's just that way an hour. So it's not unheard of for there to be trouble and violence and things. I mean, that riot was caused because an old guy in his mid-60s got beaten up by 2 or 3 dark-skinned people. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. I'm not going to use that word. It's tempting, isn't it? My mate here got a spam message from Nigeria, and he wrote back to them saying, "I can tell you're from Nigeria, but put double G." It's silly, it's childish. I told him to do it, and it was very funny to me. It's childish, it's silly, it's a word. Fuck off. Don't police people. If you police speech, the next step is that you're policing thoughts. In fact, we had this a couple of days ago. I think I mentioned it on Wednesday. I did a live stream because it was the 2nd anniversary of my first ever live stream. We had I think it was a British Supreme Court judge. It might have been appeals court, but I think it was Supreme Court. Used to be the House of Lords was the Supreme Court, but now they call it by a different name. Anyway, this guy basically said, you're allowed to have any opinion you want, but some opinions, when expressed, are like a hate crime, and so therefore cannot be allowed. So you can have an opinion, but just don't tell anybody about it, otherwise you're going to jail. He said, you can have an opinion that is entirely legal. You can have that opinion and it's legal. But if you communicate it, like on the internet, you're communicating it electronically, that's a malicious, that falls foul of the Malicious Communications Act. And you're like, how fucking perverse is that? I may hold a perfectly legal opinion, but I may not tell anybody about it because that's a crime. What the absolute fuck are you talking about? Now, in this case, we were talking about people who deny the Holocaust, the Jewish Nazi thing, the Shoah, as some would say. Now, I entirely believe that the Holocaust happened. I have no reason to doubt anyone's word that 6 million people died because of it. I don't know that, though. And if somebody else wants to say, actually, I've looked into it and I doubt it was that high a number, I can't contradict them. I got no fucking clue. Should they be allowed to have that opinion? Should you be allowed to contest the settled opinion? Yeah. Anything and everything should be up for grabs and able to be rediscussed. Shouldn't it? What if I decide that the speed of light is off by 1 meter per second and it's not 175,000 kilometers per second? Is that right? 170, I think. I say 170, it might be 175,000 miles per second. 250,000 kilometers. Whatever. What if I say, oh, you're wrong. You're off by half a fucking meter per second. Should I be allowed to say? Because this is settled science. If I say, no, the number's not 6 million, it's 5.5 or 5.9 or... Are some things so sacred and so sacrosanct that you can't question them? Or even worse, you may hold the opinion that that number's wrong, but you can't communicate it electronically because that might be a hate crime. Get fucked. Seriously, just get fucked. If I can hold an opinion, I should be allowed to express an opinion. And what opinion exactly am I not allowed to hold? Who the fuck are you to tell me what opinion I may or may not have? When you allow the policing of speech, you are this close to policing thought. And that's a crime, or should be. That's your big thought crime. Thinking that you can turn thought into a crime is a thought crime. That's the only fucking thought crime. In my less than humble opinion, as a tramp living in a field. I'm going to have a quick scroll, catch up, see what I've missed. Spaniards fear them. Yeah, the Guardia, yeah. They do. And I don't think that a society should fear their police or pseudo police, whatever if they're not police, what the fuck are they? Blue flashing lights, uniforms, and enforce the law. If that ain't police, I don't know what it is. To protect and serve, or to project and slur. Yeah. Don't they have the origins with Franco? No, they go back. A lot of people think this. A lot of people think that the Guardia Civil's a Franco thing. They go back about 150 years before that guy. Yeah, I think the Guardia Civil have 1830 something or something like that, like painted on all their vehicles. They go back a lot further. They were used by Franco to police the police, to make sure that the police were kept in line. I did a rant one day saying that the mayor should keep the Guardia Civil in check, that they're out of control. And somebody told me the mayor's got no fucking say over them. They're outside of, because they're kind of part of central government or whatever. Even the mayor's got no say over Guardia Civil. Now, in practical, real world terms, there's going to be liaising. There's going to be instructions and coordination between your town hall, headed by the mayor, and the Guardia Civil. But in absolute authority terms, apparently, even your mayor has no control over them. They're part of central government. What do I know? Stranger in a strange land. I don't know. Frank would love to see me box. Oh, that's interesting, because it's been a lot of years. It's been a lot of years. I don't quite float like a butterfly anymore. Float like a bee, sting like a butterfly. That would be me nowadays. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to give it a go again. It's been a fucking long time. Hey. I got a punch. Israel striking Qatar. Yeah, when they took out the, supposedly, and this is contested, they took out all the leaders of Hamas, the terrorist organization. It's contested, isn't it? Well, Hamas say their negotiating team survived. We'll have to wait and see. It's a big step, though, to start bombing, to launch missiles into another country. That's a brave step. We're going to have to wait and see how that works out. I mean, America's done it from time to time. Well, not missiles, but when they took out, it wasn't Saddam Hussein, the other one, the beard, 9/11, Bin Laden. What was it? The fuck was the cunt's name? Osama Bin Laden. They flew into Pakistan and grabbed him, executed him. That's a bold move. Pakistan weren't happy. But, America, big wallets, they can just, hey, we'll donate this to your next campaign, and suddenly they're all friends again. Oh. Setting government buildings alight, marching the finance minister naked through the streets. Civil unrest in Nepal. Yeah, the Prime Minister went, didn't he? The Prime Minister, he went. They had the one that, was it the foreign minister that said the people protesting were like animals, uneducated animals, and so they went and ripped his house apart. He's now looking for asylum in another country. I think likewise the Prime Minister. He's not going to stay in the same country. Yeah. There's the world. I'm not going to say the world's on fire. I thought 2020, the Black Lives Matter kind of slightly fiery but mainly peaceful protests. Fucking do what now? Slightly fiery but mainly peaceful protests. Until Kyle... What was his name? 4 doors, more hose. It's the greatest. It's the greatest slogan ever. Kyle, not Ledbetter. Kyle. Somebody give me the. I'm gonna go right to the bottom of chat and then I'll work back to where we. Oh, there's a lot. It's jumped back. Nobody's got Kyle's name. Kyle. Inja. Photos. I picture him. A guy that I followed online kind of made his career on the back of it and then fucked it all up with cocaine. Nick Rekieta Law. Rekiieta or EI. Rekieta. I think it's IETA. Nick Rekieta. He did really well. The guy, he had like hundreds of thousands of people watching his live streams. Hundreds of thousands. The amount of money he must have made in YouTube ads and everything. And I decided to go wife swapping, cocaine snorting. I mean, sounds like fun, don't get me wrong. It's not my cup of tea, but I want to say Kyle Ledbetter, but that doesn't sound right. Oh, Keith must be behind. He's gone with the he's back. He's on Osama bin Laden. Osama Osama. Yeah, that was him. But where am I with Kyle? Oh wow. Hold on. Why is the only man speaking out unfortunate enough to be sleeping in a tent in a field? It's a conspiracy, David. It's a conspiracy. They're all out to get me. Not quite. Kyle, why can I remember Kyle's name? See, the thing is that there's a comic artist I follow who's got another comic artist who's also called Kyle and got like the beginnings of the same name, and I can't remember either of them because brain doesn't work. I'm not overly political. This is what gets me. That the rest of the world isn't seeing what's happening or isn't speaking out about what's happening. I always have to stress to people, I am left of centre. I'm from Arthur Scargill country. I've been a Labour supporter stroke voter all of my life until now-ish. You know, until whenever this fucking mess. I got no time. I got no place for this bunch. I can't name most of them, and two-tier queer Starmer. Everybody's forgotten about the rent boy thing. The guy had queers running around setting fire to his cars and houses and things that he either owns or used to own. Clearly, rent boys. As in gay male prostitutes. Why has everybody forgotten this? How did that get brushed under the carpet? So we've got the whole two-tier policing, but we've also got the queer. The guy's clearly queer. His hair's too glued precisely in place for him not to be queer. He's overly. You watch Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. Those guys are very prim and proper. Everything's exactly manicured and like you look at my hair most days, it's fucking all over the place. I haven't got the queer eye. I got a good gaydar. Pretty good. I've always been pretty good on the gaydar. I knew George Michael was bent as a 9-bob note from about 1984 onwards. It took the rest of the world 10 or 15 years to fucking catch up. I knew that from the beginning. Got a good gaydar. Now, some people say you need to be gay to have gaydar, but I disagree. I've been able to spot them since I was like about fucking 6 years old. My mum didn't believe that Elton John was gay. The guy's flouncing around in floral shirts, giving a dozen red roses to other men. Oh, you see queer everywhere. There's something wrong with you. Maybe you're a little bit, maybe you protest too much. No, he's bent as a fucking 9-bob. No, what are you talking about? I've gone on tangents from tangents. Where was I? I had George Michael. My mum didn't believe that my mum's generation struggled to tell that Boy George wasn't straight. What? You look at his first appearance on Top of the Pops. He's in a fucking dress. He calls himself Boy just to make sure that you know. Just fucking. Oh, you see queer everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. For the 3 or 4% that are, I see it. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with all this before I went off on tangents, folks. Let me see whether chat helps me. Refugees from troubled countries. Hold on. I call them barbarians. Well, so the original meaning of barbarian was somebody. You didn't speak Latin in Rome, I think is what it was. It was so the Greeks and whoever else. Your foreign language. It was just a term. Anyone who didn't speak Latin was just demeaned as bah, 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 bah. But yeah. Cody Whistling Diesel. That's is that one? That's one of those, not trucking, but that kind of those kind of repair, like Big Clive is with electrical, but with mechanical bulldozers and diggers, and I see from the name it sounds like that. Let me scroll forward. Kyle, you have me stumped. He shot 4 people in 3.5 seconds. No, he didn't. He shot 4 shots in, I think it was under a second. And the big thing that everybody said, that Anna, what's she called, Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, he had a gun and he crossed state lines. He had a gun and he crossed state lines. He lived on the border of 2 states, so his daily fucking commute was crossing state lines, but the gun was kept at a friend's house. He never crossed state lines with a gun. It was never the federal crime they made it out to be. They tried the guy for murder. Kyle... Just Ford, I'm going to do it myself. Just, you guys are rubbish. Oh my God, everything's wet. There's water literally dripping off my tablet. Oh, I shouldn't have let shit get this wet. This is not good. I said to Joby earlier it was going to be a wet one. A wet night. I'm just going to type Kyle and 4 doors more horse because it's funny. Here we go. I got to clear that off. Okay. Kyle, 4 doors. That's all I'm going to type. I just need to type 4 doors. No, I don't. That's brought up a fucking... That's brought up a wardrobe, a bunch of wardrobes. What? That must be an IKEA thing. Oh, it's 4 door. I'm going to put the more hose on then and see whether that helps. Have I got it wrong? Is it not Kyle? He was Kyle, wasn't he? Okay, that mentions Kyle, but then cuts off. Hold on. I don't want to watch a video on TikTok. No.
Your username on TikTok was 4 doors more horse. Yeah.
That guy. Oh, it went. I caught a button by accident. Hold on.
Your username on TikTok was...
This is not a good way of doing this, is it? This is that's TikTok. I'm not a TikTok person. Four doors. More horse. The lad was 17, but he shot 4 people, killed. The big thing at the time was everyone said he shot black people and killed, and he didn't. During the Black Lives Matter riots, in 2020, he shot multiple people, but they were all white and they were all pedophiles. Imagine, guys, you shoot 4 people in a crowd, and as if by magic, you happen to only hit pedophiles and wife beaters. One was a wife beater, some guy called Kreutz Jab or something, but the others were all pedos. See what I can find his name. It's annoying me that I haven't got it. Somebody's probably put it already in Whistling Diesel just blows stuff up. Okay, breaks things. Okay. Elton John, Freddie Mercury. You got to add Kenny Everett to that bunch because he was shagging them all. 4 doors more horse. Why can I not find Kyle's name? I mean, obviously I'm putting Kyle, so I'm obviously halfway there. Come on, let's have the AI tell me the fucking answer. Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse. Fuck. Kyle Rittenhouse. For he was tried for multiple murders, and it was just the clearest case of fucking self-defense ever. He's walking around with a long gun. He's got a rifle with him, a long gun, which was allowed under the state laws for the state he was in, even though he was 17. The law was very ambiguously written, but as soon as Nick Ricator read the statute, he said, that's allowed. You're allowed a gun for hunting in that state at that age. So his possession of the gun wasn't illegal. He had it shouldered. He had it, on his shoulder, and he was walking around offering assistance to anyone that needed first aid during the riots. He got involved in trying to put fires out, and then he got attacked by this fucking paedophile. Can't remember his name, but it was a particularly aggressive little shit who'd just been let out of prison that morning. The guy's not even found anywhere to live, and he joins in with a riot and starts attacking what in America is classed as a child. So you're a paedophile let out of prison, and you're attacking a child in that first night during a riot. Well, he got shot. And then the crowd turned on him, active shooter, and he's like, no, I'm not. And then people tried to hit him with skateboards and had to defend himself, and tried to hand himself in to the police afterwards. And the police were too cowardly. During the riot, he approaches them with his gun, holds it above his rifle, holds it above his head, tries to put it down and step away, and all the police do is use like a pepper spray, use a gas, and make him go away. He's trying to hand himself in because he's just shot 3 or 4 people, and the police refuse to take the arrest. They're chicking out. It's an incredible story. And the whole court case was incredible, including when there's evidence being displayed and the judge comes out of his box and everyone else comes out, and they all go like to stand at a table to look at a big screen TV to try and look at something on the screen. The judge, he stood right next to the alleged murderer and doesn't fear him for a second. It was an incredible story. It was an incredible trial. Some of the witnesses and the testimony that was given was just an absolute joke. People using software to invent new pixels on the screen that didn't know how the software worked or how certain colours would be chosen. Oh, I just press the buttons. It does the job. Mate, you're editing evidence used in a murder trial. If you don't know what you're doing or how it works or why it works or doesn't work, if you can't tell if there's a red pixel here and a blue pixel there, what colour's the pixel going to be that comes up in the middle? You got no right pushing those buttons and entering it into evidence as a true and accurate record of jack shit. Anyway, I've gone off on one because I do. You're firing on all cylinders tonight. I'm struggling to keep up with you. Yeah, because I'm tangents from tangents from tangents. I am going to call it quits. It looks like in 8 minutes we'll be... Oh, is that 32? Oh, is that 32? Oh, I thought it said 52. I thought we were about to hit 5 hours. I'm getting pretty tired myself, folks. I should probably call it quits here because I'm just going to be ranting otherwise. Shouting right-wing rhetoric despite being a left-wing Overton window, they call it, don't they? Which is interesting because we got a town called Overton just outside Morecambe that we talked about earlier with the Pontins. I'm going to call it quits here, I think, folks. Frank says, ring me. If you give me if I'm still awake and I want to sit out here and just chillax for quarter of an hour, half an hour. Then I got to get Tina walked and in. So maybe in an hour, Frank, if I'm still awake, if I'm not dead, I'll ring you, mate. If I don't do it tonight, we'll do it tomorrow. I'm just scrolling back, make sure I haven't missed. No, I don't think I've missed anything too recent. All right, folks. I'm going to do the... Can I do the thing? Tina, are you there? I don't think she is. I'll try. In the tradition of the channel. Hey, babe. Oh, she's asleep. From Tina. Just woke you up. Sorry, babe. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later, folks.